this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Hey guys, are you ready? Day 146. We are running a little bit behind today, but that's okay because we have accumulated a ton of TiVo time. Super excited about that. We're going to jump on in. Day 146 looks like that we're going to be spending a lot of time. Let me bring this microphone a little bit closer. We're going to be spending a lot of time with Detective Dennis on the stand. If you guys remember correctly, Detective Dennis was one of the lead investigators in this YSL RICO conspiracy case. Along with Detective Gaither, they spent the most time with a lot of the co-defendants and also investigating the co-defendants, but also more importantly, a lot of the witnesses that we've seen on the stand. So it's a pretty important testimony for the state. He has testified before. It's my understanding that this is going to be his second time testifying since the trial commenced. That being said, we are going to jump right on in. And when we do that, I'm also going to put us on 125 speed. So that way we can get to the live feed a little bit sooner and go from there. So playback speed is on 125. I'm letting you guys know now. Some people may ask as we go forward why it sounds so fast. That is why. So let's get started.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Steele, do you have that? I'm getting it.
By, I believe, Ms. Westmoreland, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Westmoreland.
Almost there, Your Honor.
No problem.
What are you guys drinking in your cups this morning? I've got my Nespresso. Let me know where you're tapping in from and what you are sipping on. What is your morning drink?
Sure. Your Honor, while we wait, I may briefly consult with Mr. Jarrett on the time.
Okay. Check your email and make sure that's the most recent order. I'm going to send it to you right now. Oh, yes.
What place?
Got French roast. I see coffee in Utah. Some of y'all are like, vodka. Hey, I mean, it's almost the end of the week. I get it. Today is Thursday. Shout out to Shannon. Let's skip ahead. Skip some of this stuff as they were getting ready for court this morning.
Yeah, I forwarded it to everyone, but I just wanted to get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Healthier me. Fellow Cape Verdean. Coffee at work. Living God has coffee. Do Work has coconut coffee. Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Here Comes Drama. I actually like this outfit Hylton is wearing today. I like the purple. Skipping ahead. Do we ever start on time around here? Okay.
If you look at the bottom of page 12.
Okay.
Court's opinion on, I think is where there's some discussion kind of goes into.
All right. Thanks.
Your Honor, last paragraph of page 12, maybe about 3 lines before the end
All right.
of the page, going on to page 13, and then I'm looking for more
Okay. I
conditional.
was looking down at the rulings part.
Kelly Applegate. Cannabis infused coffee. Mr. Poindexter has coffee in Denver.
Y'all could have maybe give me a heads up yesterday. I could have read this last night.
Yes, I believe the judge had
Since we
something
knew
to
we'd have
read.
Dennis on the stand this morning. Retired Detective Dennis. Okay.
All right, let's go.
Anyway, let's get the jury in. Morning. Did we swear you yesterday? I don't know if we ever got that far.
I was sworn in the other.
And that was about it. Oh, okay. All right. Right. You've already, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath then. Okay.
Wow, Tom, Cumberland Farms. I haven't seen one of those grocery stores in such a long time. All the rage up here. Thank you for the heads up, unidentified co-conspirator. It appears that sound will cut when exhibits are shown. So you're in luck, Michael. It's gonna be double the speed. Yeah, I've been watching some things on the side. It looks like this is gonna be an interesting witness, y'all. Buckle up.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Retired Detective Dennis, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. And Ms. Hylton, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Dennis. How are you?
Good morning.
When you were here previously, you testified about your involvement in the investigation of the shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, during that period in 2015, did you work with your partner, retired Sergeant Gaither, to assist in solving some of those shootings that occurred after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Welcome, Talisha.
As a member of the gang unit, when you first learned of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas Jr. passed away, did the gang unit or yourself immediately begin investigating those cases as retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
How did the gang unit recognize or realize that some of these shootings were in retaliation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Usually it was based on the victims of the shooting.
In the first days between January 11th and January 19th, were there homes that were shot at that were either family members or friends of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Where-
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I believe the microphone may not be working. Not yours, Ms. Hill.
The witness mic,
The witness
Oh,
mic.
you just
Thank you.
pull it closer to you.
No, it wasn't on.
Oh,
I
Miss
don't know how I did, but
Thank you. Can y'all hear it all right now?
can you hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Where were those homes primarily situated?
Throughout the city. We had them popping up all throughout Atlanta.
Okay. Were there homes on Hendricks Avenue that were targeted in the days immediately following Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And the addresses that were associated with those homes was that 193 and 197 Hendricks Avenue.
Yes.
Also, was there a home of Mr. Copeland's sister, 878 Oakland Drive, that was targeted as well?
Yes.
How did the fact that homes that were of the family members of Kenneth Copeland factor at all in your investigation after the investigation of those shootings after Donovan Thomas's murder?
I'm going to object as irrelevant at this point unless more foundation is laid.
Overruled.
You answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The fact that the homes of Kenneth Copeland family members were targeted, how did that factor into your investigation as you began investigating these retaliatory shootings?
We basically would be notified by the patrol officer of the shooting. Usually they happened at night. And usually once they would give the name or they would provide us information indicating that it was a family member of.
Objection, confrontation clause.
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Without saying what any of the officers told you, just how did it factor into your investigation?
We basically gathered information as they came in, and pretty much every night.
Interesting objection. I just wanted to quickly interrupt and thank you so much, Bear, for being a member for a month. Bear says, respect to the AV. I can't be more Pacific. Too funny. I definitely wanted to pause and kind of go back to the old school way that I do things with explaining things to you guys. You just heard Brian Steele object, and he said objection confrontation clause. Well, what does that mean? Let's look, shall we? So looking at, you guys know I like to use the Cornell Law School. They're very good with a legal encyclopedia, that sort of thing. The confrontation clause refers to the provision in the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with the witnesses against him. So when this detective says certain things on the stand, right, and it's either hearsay or it's information gathered from another source, well, guess what? Brian Steele is objecting on behalf of Young Thug and saying, hey, we have not spoken to this person. We don't have the right to confront that person that said that this occurred. So please rephrase your question. The judge just, corrected that and is forcing, Simone to actually say that the right way. So again, that's your confrontation clause. Wanted to briefly explain that to you guys. Let's go back in and see how this testimony ends up.
We had a different shooting and we were tasked with investigating it.
Okay. Outside of Kenneth Copeland, did you learn of other homes of individuals that you all associated with YSL members, their family's home being shot or targeted?
Yes.
What was one of those addresses?
Ruby Harper.
Okay. And whose home did you identify that home belonging to?
A family member related to Mr. Williams.
And were you ever able to associate Mr. Williams with that home specifically?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I pulled his driver license picture.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 540 Yankee. Do you recognize 540 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 540 Yankee?
It's Mr. Williams' driver license picture.
And is that, I'm sorry.
From 2015. I believe.
Okay. And is that what you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the license information that you pulled regarding Mr. Williams back in 2015?
Yes.
You're on this time to stay with like the 10 of Stacy Exhibit 540Y into evidence.
I'd object to the admission of that evidence as hearsay.
Overruled.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, there's some personal information on a driver's license. We'd like it redacted.
Okay.
And we're not going to publish. We're just going to ask him to cite the address.
Yeah, don't show
What
Young
was the
Thug's
address?
license on the internet.
What is the address on Mr. Williams' license?
3424 Ruby H. Harper Boulevard, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia.
And was that the target of one of the shootings between January 11th and January 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Now, as these shootings came in, were you trying to identify potential suspects of those shootings?
Yes.
How did you go about doing that?
We would start with a police report. And with that police report, we would try to find whatever evidence we could with that, reaching out to the victims or witnesses, any car description, suspect description, and we would go from there. We would also reach out to our crime lab to see what shell casings was recovered. They would do what's called kniving, and kniving would tell us if it was related to a specific weapon or any other shooting incident that had occurred prior.
At any point in time, did you all go to social media in order to see if you can get any intel on what may be happening out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any particular social media pages that you all went to or that you saw that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What were some of those pages?
Immediately after the death of Donovan Thomas, there was a fake Instagram, I believe, page created, Death to Snake N-words.
Yes, Wayno.
And from that, it was almost like a play-by-play of what was going on, or those associated with Mr. Thomas. They basically were sending threats and telling what the...
Overruled.
That's the evidence rule.
That's
Evidence rule. That's the evidence rule.
Oh, sorry. That's evidence. Do you have?
I had to.
All right.
Did
Go
you,
ahead.
did you collect, or did you all collect some of those posts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 546Y. It's 546Y, one of those such posts that came from that Death to Snake N-words page.
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of one of the posts that you saw in the early days after Mr. Thompson was killed?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to attend the State's Exhibit 546Y is happening.
Object to any hearsay in it. It's being used for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, we're not offering any of the words in there for the truth of the matter, sir, but just to illustrate that that was the post that was given, or that was
Sorry,
posted
I'm-
on social media.
Was I on
I'll
mute?
object to
Oh my
any of the
gosh.
words on the page except for the post.
But
The death to snakes, if that's what the prosecutor's getting at. But any statement is being used for the truth of the matter, sir, and I object.
Your Honor, maybe approach, I think it might be on longer.
As they do that, they are approaching to discuss something real quick. But what I did not say, or what I was saying while I was muted, as I was showing you guys the best evidence rule, Brian Steele had just objected with that. The best evidence rule applies when a party wants to admit the contents of writing, recording, or photograph at trial, but the original is not available. So when Brian Steele just objected, he was objecting, saying, hey, you're trying to show a social media post. I have not seen that social media post. You can't talk about the social media post unless it is we have a copy of it. We have examined it. It's been admitted into evidence, things of the like. So a little bit of a rough start this morning, guys, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It looks like they approached for a while. So I'm going to go ahead and skip through that. We are going to pick it up right here.
Sorry, 546Y.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so that's admitted subject to what we discussed up here.
All right. And it looks like the judge decided to
And let me
admit
ask
it.
you this, Detective Dennis, the post that you were seeing on this Death to Snake N-words page, did they have threats on those pages?
Yes.
All right. And were those threats directed at anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Kenneth Copeland, Woody.
Okay. Permission to publish the version that we discussed, Your Honor?
The first one,
Yes.
you may.
So it sounds like this is what they're talking about, guys. You're going to hear some audio gaps. Every time that they put a piece of evidence up for some reason today, they are not going to be publishing audio. So as we see, it looks like we're looking at the social media post. It says death to snake ninjas. So that's what we're looking at. It may be an Instagram or I don't know if it's Twitter. It could be an Instagram post, but you see the photo. It's a pool house. And we'll see how they discuss it here.
Now, as a part of your investigation, of course, indulgence one moment. As a part of your investigation, did an individual by the name of Rayshawn Bennett come up as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
How did he come up as a part of your investigation?
At one point, his mother's house was shot up twice.
And when, as you were investigating the case, did you ever speak with Quindarius Zachary about anything that could have happened at those two homes?
Yes.
And did you know anything about those shootings prior to speaking to Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
What information did you have about those two shootings as a part of your investigation prior to speaking with Mr. Zachary?
Could be hearsay. I don't know. It's a broad question. So I'm going to preliminary object to hearsay and confrontation clause, unless it is narrow.
Overruled.
The weapon that Mr. Zachary was caught with in May of 2015 was nibed back to the second shooting of Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house where she was shot.
In the first shooting of Mrs. Bennett's home, were you familiar with Kelvin Watts?
Yes,
What about Jamal Baines?
yes,
And what about Jermaine Hardiman?
yes.
How were you familiar with those three individuals?
They were arrested the day of that shooting.
Okay. And were those three individuals associated with any gangs?
They were associated with If Gang.
Thank you, Benji.
At the time, was Mr. Bennett associated with any gangs?
If Gang.
Now, I want to take you to some shootings that occurred on January 26th. Do you recall any shootings as a part of your investigation regarding this kind of gang war that occurred on January 26th of 2015?
Yes,
Right. To your knowledge, how many shootings occurred on January 26th, 2015?
several.
Were you familiar with, as a part of your investigation, Mr. Copeland being shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
Yes,
And do you remember that case number was 15-026-0124?
I don't remember the case number off the top of my head.
No problem. Also on that same day, was Lucci Mama's house shot on 1/26/2015?
Yes,
And then on that same day was Trevante Turner shot on 1/26/2015?
yes,
And Trevante Turner back in 2015, did he associate with YSL?
yes,
And the shooting of Trevante Turner, was that on 198 Stanhope?
yes.
Let me ask you this. If I'm going to give you 3 APD case numbers. I want you to tell the jury which would be first, second, and third in the day, okay? 15-026-0124, 15-026-2672, 15-026-2801. Which one would have been the earliest in the day?
The one with the zero, basically, our case numbers are broken down by the Julian date. The Julian date, January 1st, will be 001 and so forth and so on until 365 days. When they come into our
Julian
911
calendar.
dispatch, whatever number that is in the course of the day of incidents, that's what the number is. And so based on those case numbers, the first number would have been first and second and third based on the case number, how they came in.
So would 0124 been the first for that day?
Yes,
Then 2672,
yes,
and then 2801.
correct.
And with 2672 and 2801, depending on the activity of that day, be pretty close in time to each other.
That's correct. And it basically resets at midnight. So, for example, if something like today was the 16th, if an incident happened overnight on the 15th at midnight, it would become the 16th, even though it's pretty much close in proximity at the same time.
On January 28th, 2015, did you ever interview a woman by the name of Antrevia Smith?
Yes,
And what was your reason for interviewing with Ms. Smith?
her apartment was shot up on Springdale Road.
And did that shooting happen on January 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And was that 2 days after the last incident we just discussed?
yes,
And based on your investigation, do you know if she was the target of that shooting?
That would be hearsay and confrontation clause.
Overruled.
her residence was the target. I don't think necessarily her, but her residence was.
And based on your investigation, were you aware of anyone else staying at her residence during this time period?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Based on our interview of her, she explained that
That would be confrontation clause.
That would also be impeachment.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Ms. Smith testified and denied who was in her home.
So prior
Prior
inconsistent
inconsistent
statement. Okay, overruled.
Mr. Watts was at her home during the shooting.
And did she tell you that Mr. Watts was there at the time during the shooting?
Yes,
And did she provide you during your interview with her a video that she thought that you should have?
yes.
And what was that video?
Her neighbor had a camera set up in the window pointing outward. So it basically
Oh,
captured.
Baby didn't tell us that.
Did she provide you any other videos?
She provided us a video of Mr. Sledge, Montunk, and Quindara Zachary basically taunting Mr. Watts and their rivals.
And I want to show you
Travi,
what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 441Y. It should come up on your screen.
thank you, Audrey. Okay, this is the Moontunk Little D video where they are flashing the guns, making threats, things like that. This is the state's Exhibit 441. We've seen this video a few times. So they're not playing the audio for today for some strange reason, but we've seen this video with Little D's testimony, Moontunk's testimony.
Provided to you after she
And
told you Mr.
Travia's
Watts was in her
testimony.
home when her home was shot up.
Yes.
Now, after that, in February 2015, did you, as a part of your investigation, learn of a shooting involving Mr. Watts where he was shot?
Yes.
And then on that same day, on February 10, 2015, did you learn of 193 Hendricks Avenue being shot at again after Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes. Hendricks was basically, after most incidents, they would go shoot up Hendricks almost as a retaliation immediately or sometime thereafter.
And as a part of your investigation, who resided on Hendricks?
I believe Kenny Boo.
And do you know what, if any, relationship that did Kenny Boo have with Mr. Copeland or his family?
I don't.
Then, as a part of your investigation, did you also look into the shooting that occurred on February 19, 2015, the shooting involving Mr. Copeland, his child, and his child's mother?
Yes.
And do you recall if anyone was arrested for that particular shooting?
4 IF gang members were arrested for that shooting.
Sitting here today,
Thank
do you remember who the 4 IF gang members were?
Octavius Franklin, Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy.
All right, I believe you.
Octavius Franklin, common spelling. Josiah Johnson, Bobby Hardy, and Josiah Johnson.
I think you said Josiah Johnson twice.
I could be missing one.
Okay.
Franklin Johnson, Fleetwood, Dalviante Fleetwood. Is that 4? I'm sorry.
Now, did there ever come a point in between January and February that some of the shootings, I'm going to say for lack of a better term, died down in the earlier parts of 2015?
Repeat that?
Sure. I'm going to ask between January and June. So I'll ask a different question. Between January and June of 2015, did there ever come a period of time where the shootings slowed down between January and June?
March.
And to your knowledge, do you know if in March of 2015, Mr. Williams was on tour?
I was told of that, yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know if any of the YSL members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
I'm going to object to any hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah,
So you
no
know
direct
any
knowledge.
of-
Thank
any
you,
of the YSL
Sammy.
members were on tour with Mr. Williams during that time?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Not everybody, no.
Do you know some?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Kendricks, Mr. Zachary, Mr. Steelwell Jackson.
Do you know if Mr. Copeland was on tour with them during that time?
I'm not sure.
Now, I want to take you to April 2nd of 2015. Was there a homicide that occurred on April 2nd, 2015 that was a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the victim in that homicide?
Mr. Rivers.
And based on your investigation and working up these shootings, do you know if he was a member of a gang?
He was documented as a 30 deep gang member.
Confrontation clause.
Overruled.
And I believe previously you talked about the relationship between 30 Deep and YSL,
Correct.
correct? Now, as a part of your investigation, did you ever learn of a residence at 35 Oak Drive?
35 Oak, yes.
Okay. And based on your investigation, who resided or frequented that location?
Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Williams.
Now, take you to April 12th of 2015. Did you, Sergeant Gaither, investigate the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
And during the course of that investigation, did you also meet with Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And when you met with Walter Murphy, did he talk to you about?
May we approach?
Yes.
Max has a problem with something there. Or skip that. They return here. All right, a little moment between Westmoreland and Simone. Miss Hylton.
Let me ask you this. Did that address at Oak Drive have any significance to you as you began investigating all the retaliatory shootings from 2015?
Yes.
What was that significance?
In investigating the Dexter Montgomery shooting, it was told to us that that's
Sustained. Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Without saying what anybody said, why was it significant?
during our investigation, we learned that was where the suspects are.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you part of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And in your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he talk about where the guns in the car was taken after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that location?
Oak Drive or whatever it is.
And was that your understanding of Calvin Treadwell's home?
Yes.
Right. And is that the same location that became relevant as a part of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And with the Dexter Montgomery shooting, was there a suspect and later someone arrested by the name of Demise McMullen?
Yes, Nard.
And did that same name come up as a part of the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to stick by the mic. And in both the Dexter Montgomery shooting and the Donovan Thomas murder, was Mr. Nard suspected to be a shooter?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Zachary, was that in August of 2015?
Yes.
And during that meeting with him, did you speak with him about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And at the time, was he able to provide you information about the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Yes.
And was Mr. Zachary one of the people that you saw that night at the compound back in April of 2015?
Question asked and answered previously.
Sustained.
Now, the Little Wayne bus shooting happened on April 26, 2015.
Yes.
2 days after that, on April 28, 2015, were there a series of shootings that occurred?
Yes.
What were the series of shootings that you investigated as a part of your investigation with this retaliatory shootings on April 28, 2015?
1428 Adele, 1903 Drew, and the Landrum Drive shooting.
Was there an incident at Club Crucial on that day as well?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, what occurred at Club Crucial?
Demiki and Garlington got jumped inside.
And based on your investigation, is Demiki and Garlington associate or member of YSL?
Yes.
Did you investigate? You said you don't remember case numbers.
No.
Let me ask you about a series of numbers again. 15-118-0288.
Okay.
15-118-0462.
Okay.
15-118-0531. And 15-118-0588.
Okay.
Would the 0288 be the first incident of that sequence?
Yes. If I can, I don't know if you write it down or something.
Keep in your head. Here's a pad.
He's got the giggles over here. And so as Simone is getting ready to set this up, what is the joke around this ain't no 68? So when we were looking at Little Woody's testimony, Little Woody was in the interrogation room with this particular detective, and he was trying to pump Little Woody for information. He looked at Woody and said, hey, listen, you got to give us something if you want to be released. You want to be released from prison? You don't want to go back to Rice Street? You don't want to go to jail? You're going to have to give us something. This ain't no 68, indicating that, you know, it's a little vulgar, but 69s are give and take. 68s are not. That's what that's all about. But let's go back in and see what is going on in this courtroom. Okay. Yesterday we had some dialogue, or sorry, we had some diagrams. Today it looks like she's writing out a bunch of stuff, not even facing the jury. I mean, not effective. I don't know why.
Excuse my.
Oh, that 8 was.
Okay, so with 15-118-0288, 15-118-0462, 15-118-0531, 15-118-0588. Is this the order that they would have occurred in that day?
Yes.
So this would have been first, second, third, and forth.
Correct.
All right, that mic's a little close. I'm hearing some breathing.
We're gonna come back to that chart in 1 second. When you met with Quindarius Zachary, was he able to identify people that he told you were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And did you show him pictures to confirm who he was speaking of when you talked to him?
Yes.
Permission to approach your microphone?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542Y or 542 Yankee Alpha through Yankee J. Look through those and tell me if you recognize all those images.
While he's looking, can we approach it?
Yes.
You're approaching a lot today. All right, skipping ahead.
And let me ask a more specific question. As far as the shooting of Donovan Thomas, who did Mr. Zachary say was, and let me get more specific, those who actually were a part of the drive-by shooting?
Diamante Kendricks, aka Yak, Demise McMullen, aka Nard, Justin Cobb, aka Doo-Wop, and Shannon Stillwell Jackson, aka SB.
And it's 542YA, 542YF, 542YD, and 542YB, the images that you showed him to confirm those individuals.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to admit 542YA, YA, YB, YD, and YF.
All right, those are admitted.
Permission to
You may.
We've just got some heavy breathers down there for some reason.
Look at 542YA. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Diamante Kendricks,
Okay. 542YB,
Demise McMullen,
542YF,
Shannon Stillwell Jackson,
542YD.
Justin Cobb,
And did he have a nickname?
Doo-Wop.
Now, during your meeting with him, did you just have him also identify other individuals that he knew as part of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now showing you 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, YH, and YI. Tell me if those are the other pictures that you showed him during that interview.
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
Now, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI into evidence.
No objection, we have Mr. Wood.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
First one at 542 YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Now,
Okay, they muted it again. Sorry, I did put it on members only, guys, until we get the likes at 50% ratio, please. Hopefully that doesn't take long. We are looking at someone's driver's license photo. Looks like that is Little Woody on the screen right now. Not sure who this guy is, but she's probably going to tell us. Not sure who that is. Don't recognize his face. But she's going to have him probably run through a list.
now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
This looks like a CAD report, a 911 phone call, document. Miss Latner's, she has been on the stand, has already testified to this document. So that is what we're seeing. She's probably going to ask him about it in a moment. And thank you guys for hitting the like button. Almost there.
Our club crucial.
Now I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK.
Huge shout out to 80s Baby here, who doesn't really know what's going on the back end. We're actually launching custom badges and emojis for our members today. That's why we just put that feature on to test it. So no one's forcing anyone to hit the like button. We are just testing some of those features. So brief announcement, they're working on it right now, guys. You should have it available within the hour. The badges have just been uploaded and the custom emojis are coming as well. It was a surprise. But when we see comments like this, I mean, we'll talk about it. Just wanting to have fun. And thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. Thank you. Here Comes Drama. That is what we were hoping to test. I wanted to see if those were pixelated. Thank you for helping us test that. They do look a little small. Nurse Janice is playing with them too. These badges actually have objections on them. They say relevance, they say hearsay, but I'm going to have my person editing them on the back end. I'm going to have them make them a little bit bigger because they're different per color. So, you know, I think the green one is hearsay. The red one is cumulative. You guys know how to object before the attorneys object. So that was a little bit of a test and a nice little surprise. Really excited. We really want to reward our members for their membership and their time. We're also even considering with the Ashley Merchant interview to give you guys first dibs as a perk for being a member, an opportunity to ask Ashley questions. So, you know, while 80s Baby and others may think that we're forcing people to hit the like button, no, we're actually testing this. And again, we treat this channel like a business. That is what's going on. So thank you guys for testing those out. And thank you so much for the people that are joining the memberships and see the value of the good things that are coming. Some of the new features that are coming. We're actually really making sure that our members are appreciated and have certain customization that comes with that membership experience. But let's go back into the courtroom and we will allow everyone to come on in. But at the same time, we are testing some features right now. So thanks for y'all's patience through that.
Oh, sorry, 1LL.
Okay, looks like we also have a 911 report again. This one is for June 25th of 2015. That was the date that it was printed, but this is a April 28th shooting. This is Drew Drive.
And let me ask you, was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be the 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Dominion got beat up.
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by If Gang members?
Yes.
And was Dominion a YSL member?
Yes.
All right, I see what Simone is doing. She's trying to list out all of the
And so
incidents.
after Dominion gets beat up, then you have the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an If Gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the Landrum?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 Drew.
Yes.
And Philo, what gang is he associated with?
If Gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
Thank you,
And was
Spitting
that the
Fire.
nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting If Gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other If Gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review that video in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
You know what I mean? We approach.
Okay, so this fight at Magic City, I heard that this video is about to be serious. So really excited for that one. Shout out to all the people that are testing out the membership perks. So your objection features are loaded. They look a little small because you guys can't read them, but I see the colors. Like if you hover over it, like, it says objection, it says relevance, it says hearsay, it says cumulative. Those are just really small. So I'm going to have the graphic designer make those a little bit bigger so we can see them. But thank you guys for helping us with that. And welcome, Sherry. You should be able to start objecting. Mental Chaos can start objecting. Welcome to the membership. Look at Hannibal gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Hannibal. Very, very nice of you. Shout out to 80s Baby, who's been a member for a month. She says, I already love this stream. Others may not yet. Yeah, thank you, 80s Baby. And, again, that was a good opportunity for me to share what we were doing and share the new features that are available with the membership. So thank you so much. Shout out to Here Comes Drama with the 10 says, when you hit the like, you're helping grow the community. No one is begging for likes. You have a choice of the community. This is the best one. Thank you, Here Comes Drama.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight that or whatever it is that the witnesses testifying about occurred.
All right, guys, buckle
A
up.
place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're going to see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
All right, y'all.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Let's see.
the joint of the trial, 543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You know, this time say like a tender and admit and publish this in the 543Y.
All right. I'm sorry, 543Y. That's admitted. You may.
Everybody's been talking about this video on Twitter. I can't wait to see it. Sequoia, thank you so much for gifted memberships. Y'all just received one from her. Please say thank you. Very, very sweet. 20 memberships. Say thank you, Sequoia, if you received one.
I can use a tissue. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Here's the strip club video. It's going to be muted, but apparently a fight breaks out. Oh. Whoa.
Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight on in the video.
In this first video, you're going to see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do it.
I don't see, he said on the bottom left-hand corner, that's where the fight breaks out. I don't see it. Can y'all? Oh, there it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow.
43Y. Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
Y'all are asking for a replay. Let's go back a little bit. Woof. So there it is. It's in the middle, the bottom of the screen. There's a punch being thrown, and then it just goes crazy from there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it looks like it's mainly between two people, but other people got involved.
43Y. Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
I'm going to slow it down. It looks like we're going to see another part of that fight.
It's going to be the same, but just a different angle. This is going to fight. It's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
All right, so attention to the top left-hand corner of your screen. Different angle. There it is. Damn. Yeah, it hits different from a
Are they
different
still
angle.
fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
Let me scroll back. Let's go back.
Fighting?
It erupts here. Oh, it went down the stairs. They're still going. On the left. Damn.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay.
Wow, it's still going. Oh my God, there's a chair. This is like WWE. Wow. Oh man. He's on the ground now. Oh my God. That's crazy. That was a serious brawl.
1 minute and 28 seconds.
This fight is huge. It's what's
Now, when you
caused this
spoke
entire
with,
rivalry.
Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
All right. And when you went to go speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
Yeah. If this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes. And in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break.
Okay, we're gonna skip through that, but the reason why this is important is because it's Yak Gotti that was involved in that fight, I believe. And you know, this line of questioning is particular to Diamante Kendrick, who is Yak Gotti and Doug Weinstein's client. So it's likely we're going to see him up on cross-examination whenever that starts. But they're taking their morning break. I'm going to skip ahead and bring us closer to time. That was a long morning break. They are back right about here. Let's keep going.
Graph that's kind of has any issue with it. So the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same. And then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want?
Your Honor,
Yes.
we just want to renew our objection on the admissibility.
Understood.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick. I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And
We don't.
for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things. And have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm going to go back to something first.
Okay.
And then, so I'll let you
All right,
know
so
when
give
I'm
me a,
ready.
sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Shout out to Anoya Minded. Be nice. Be nice. Shout out to Hannibal with the 20. So stop playing with the likes. A girl from Texas is gifting out some memberships. If you got one, please say thank you to her. See, she did it here. She did it again here. Shout out to Miss Audrey with the 5. Says AV works hard. Likes a free thank you. A girl from Texas again with a 3rd membership. A 4th membership. Diamond became a member. Welcome, Diamond. And again, huge shout out to Sequoia for gifting 20 memberships. Rockin' Robin LA has been a member for 2 months. Says, look like the judge is back on Fanny's leash. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. Destiny's been a member for a month. She had to re-up her tea. Thank you, Destiny. A girl from Texas, been a member for a month. She says, hey, y'all, got to show my girl some love up in here. Good morning, AV. And she's using her badge. I love that. Thank you. And she gifted a 5th membership. Very sweet of you. Mimi, yes, this is Squirrel Brain. Thank you for the super chat there. All right, jury's coming back on in after their morning break. Detective Gaither is back on the stand. He is tall. Sorry, not Gaither, Dennis. He is very tall. I wonder how tall he is. And yes, she is at the podium, Ace. She is at the podium. This ain't no 68 is what we know him for. That famous line when he was talking to Moody. Hannibal said lurch. All right, jury members, y'all a little slow coming back in. No audio. She's talking, but we can't hear anything. You guys did tell me that there was audio issues this morning, so. And this is not me, guys. This is the courtroom feed. There it is. Shout out to Jess Lee, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, Jess Lee. Very sweet of you. Looks like she just asked him a question where he has to review some documents before she can get into this line of questioning. All right, how many things is he looking at? Almost done there, sir. It's also a very interesting way to flip pages.
Having the witness search through and find them Hylton unless they're Ms. Hylton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them. How about next time you just hand the January flyers to the witness?
But I think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes? Yes, sir. How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
So when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not
2015.
January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th?
Nope.
16th?
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Immediately.
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from all everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Wow, that is a long drive. Shout out to all the people in Florida. Hope you're recovering from that hurricane.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is that one L on the screen?
And I'm going to show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to show you what's already in there. It's 2LL.
Okay, looks like this is another 911 call. Same thing, printed in June, but it is for a 428 in 2015 call to Drew Drive. So we have that again. For some reason, they are muting it every time evidence is shown on the screen. I don't know if that's a new thing that we're going to be doing moving forward, but that is one thing that we're noticing. Again, thank you to everyone.
At that location?
All right. So earlier.
Thanks again to all those people that are becoming members and chatting with the graphic designer right now. We're going to make those objections a little bit bigger for y'all.
When I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No, what we
What?
just talked about, 0588,
Mm-hmm.
which is 2 LL, correct?
Right.
That's at 1903 Drew,
Correct.
and going back to 1 LL.
Where is it? No.
Is that 0587?
That's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one, 3.
Yeah, Beatrice, she's not using a mic.
2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th, from I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
Okay. What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
All right. Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke.
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
Okay. And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
Welcome, K-Trap.
All of them are associated with If Gang.
Now, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
Right. You said you read did you read the Miranda warnings, or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card, or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No,
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
no,
Did you tell him about the charges for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We were trying to establish the voluntariness of.
Come up to the bench.
Sorry, y'all walked away to get some ginger ale. Let us skip ahead because it looks like they are approaching.
After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
yes.
Okay.
And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding, but let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police, and if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead.
Looks like I missed something on Miranda warning.
Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes,
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
yes,
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
yes,
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
yes.
What did he tell you about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
He spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves, and initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something, so he stayed. But it was basically
Interesting.
tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after.
Yes.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
Yes.
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
Yes.
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
No.
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
Yes.
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
He basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was a nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a Blood, so he started being a Blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes.
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial? Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped. And he was like, pull up on me. And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on, you said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what is the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If Gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
Thank you, Indy. Trying to get at a girl from Texas. Welcome, Healthier Me with Z. Looks like we have an image of If Gang members. They're zooming in on it. Interesting. I wonder which one Shellkel is. YSL is not a gang. Y'all heard YSL Luna? She popped on in. There was I think a smoke alarm going off in another unit. So she was like, "What the hell's going on?" I'm like, "You're good, you good, sis."
With the chain on it.
Okay.
Okay, Shellkel is the one in the chain, it sounds like. Somebody says, "Is that Gucci Mane?" Dub is like, "Is that Gucci Mane?" It looked like it a little bit. It really does. We're talking about the gentleman on the right-hand side. It kind of looks like Gucci. It's Young Burr. Okay, I don't know what's going on today with these awkward pauses when we're talking about evidence, because we cannot hear what Simone's asking him about. Interesting.
Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
they made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he
Purchased
was
the
the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he could remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
There goes a
Do you
smacking.
remember where he said he was?
I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
Amy, the sneaky snake.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay.
These names. Why is he looking at her like that?
You did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015. At some point, 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
Okay. And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
I'm waiting for a response.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, we believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
Okay, so that got sustained. I just want to show you guys real quick because I have it. I have their Operation Planters PowerPoint presentation. The state put this together, came out a few months ago, so I do have that. So Operations Planters, it looks like this is put together by the Atlanta Police Department, the United States Marshals, the Cobb County Police Department, ATF, and then very strange that because it involved peanut, that they actually have these images of nuts. Very strange, but they called Operation Planters their investigation. And really what it's about is YSL 30 Deep versus Inglewood's, the Inglewood blood family, right? So it just talked about YSL and If Gang, right? And it kind of tells you the story, the music artists that were involved. So Young Thug, AKA King Slime, and Rich Homie Quan. We're seeing his name being brought up in this as well, and Birdman. And really the center of all of this is Nut, right? Now this is a picture of, I believe, Bird Gang with Rich Gang hair, right? So it is interesting. You have Nut on the bottom, and Nut on the right-hand bottom is the person that was murdered because of this quote unquote gang war, because he began mentoring and also took him on as a manager. Like he was the manager for Rich Homie Quan. And, you know, this broke up Young Thug and Rich Gang. And the reason why Nut didn't like Birdman is because Birdman allegedly does not pay his artists. So we're hearing how Operation Planters was really put together, but the gentleman that you're seeing on the stand right now is one of the people that was behind this investigation. So let's go back in. Sorry, you guys are saying you didn't have sound. So I am coming back to that. We were right around here. Okay, we were here. Shout out to Montana Dior, who got our spot back. Sorry, you guys are saying that there's no sound, so I'm just troubleshooting here. I'm going to try this again and reshare. Let me know. Put a one in the chat if you can hear the stream now.
During the end of 2015,
Put a one in the chat.
what was kind of the result
Let
of
me know if it works.
Operation Planners, or what kind of happened?
Thank you, pretty eyes. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm waiting for a response.
Thank you, guys.
Can I?
Yeah,
No, not from
not
you.
from you. Your Honor, we believe that is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
And speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigations?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well, I can.
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Totally agree.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is
Two of
outside of
them.
his expertise as a gang expert.
Outside
Now we're
of the
talking
scope.
about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Totally agree.
Overruled.
Wow. That should have been
I
sustained.
think you can continue.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times, it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Steele's on it.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated, as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song "Get It Back in Blood." "Get It Back in Blood" is basically celebrating retaliation.
He's doing it again.
Illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Action asked and answered previously.
You getting caught
Well,
up?
I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I'll say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't.
Jesus.
I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah. Why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
Just
go
very
ahead and
quickly.
do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music
Sure.
and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow come a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Simone
We
getting
don't
lit up.
chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work,
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is not appropriate.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order to the characterization of question, evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight? Or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Daubert hearing on
Yes,
this.
we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we didn't have to take either a break or a break.
Steele's, he's adamant on that. Are they gonna approach on that? They are. All right, so quick pause. Let's go over here. So what is 704? 704 is an opinion on an ultimate issue, right? So remember, you keep hearing Steele basically say this guy is a gang expert. He's not a musicologist, right? Like he is not an expert in the field of music and lyrics, things of the like. Doug alluded to this as well. So in general, it's not automatically objectionable. An opinion is not objectionable just because it embraces the ultimate issue. There is an exception, though. In a criminal case, an expert witness must not state an opinion about whether the defendant did or did not have the mental state or condition that constitutes an element of the crime charged or of the defense. Those matters are for the trier of fact alone, meaning that the jury has to determine that. So just because you have an opinion, detective, you have to be very careful with what opinions you can and cannot weigh in on. So it looks like they approached to discuss that issue. I'm going to go ahead and skip us ahead so that way we don't have to wait. Shout out to TiVo time. We have a ton of it today. It looks like they were gone for quite a while on that one, and they returned here. Weinstein standing up.
Ms. Hylton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And we have our notes, so we're checking right now.
All right, and
YouTube. We're looking.
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least going to offer Investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of.
This just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all
discussed.
right, no, but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that, and Ms. Hylton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not,
to.
right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just
Understood,
that
but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think that you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said at the
Okay.
and just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay,
when we
well,
had the Daubert hearings.
it may be
just-
that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough of the finding
I
in the
don't know.
Daubert, perhaps that might be.
Oh,
helpful.
I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not
that-
the order.
It's the ruling. That
Okay.
appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing itself. I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence and I'll make a determination.
All right, so here's what they got to figure out, right? So as you guys know, Judge Whitaker is stepping in after Judge Glanville, who already ruled on the situation of if Detective Dennis can discuss lyrics in his testimony. Some of the people are saying, hey, we've already had a ruling on this. Westmoreland, I believe, has brought that up, and she's pulling up the ruling that Judge Glanville gave. But because Judge Whitaker was not the one that ruled upon that and provide the guardrails on what can be discussed, she has to make her own ruling on if it is going to be allowed in. So what she's hoping to do is just work through that right now outside of the presence of the jury. So that way, moving forward, if this comes up again, we fix the situation, we cure the situation, and we go from there.
As to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not
Look at
talking
Yak.
I know that, which is why I overruled that.
He's like, I remember this. I wonder what they're talking about. Yak is like, defend me, please. If I could be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Look at this one, staring into the camera. King Slime with a sweater today. Adam's back there with Westmoreland to look at the transcript. We see Kokomo as well. Let's see if we can skip ahead some of this.
Got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony. So, well, regardless. I'm going to recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm going to recess while y'all do that.
All right, the judge.
And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
All right, so it looks like they took a break. And they come back right around here.
Wait on Mr. Shard.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Butts is here.
Is he here? I didn't even see him. I didn't see him.
Go ahead.
Anyway. All right. Now proceed.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Persfield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023. Okay. That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court, as I don't know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court, though, so that's
right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we'd maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify
Okay,
about
well,
what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert hearing.
We couldn't find it.
Okay, well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because
All right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns, that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here. If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hylton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor, and what he
Oh
was
my God.
qualified in is a gang expert, and I am positive he talked about how gang
Were
members
you
use
there?
music.
Were
I
you
was-
there
I was
for it?
present.
Okay.
And
And
how,
is this from your memory?
this is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the
Oh my
gang?
God,
Do
Smo.
you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and
Yes.
using those in your
Yes.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Given that, anybody want to voir dire him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Daubert hearing?
Can I say
Yeah.
something else? We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and
My God.
Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
Waste of
No,
time.
that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is, how
Waste of time.
how do gangs use music, period?
Why? For what?
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason.
It was your
to not
idea to
believe
do
this
it.
witness.
I'm so done.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury.
And
Well, honestly, we should
Maintain,
just
I'll-
let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour and a half, if that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
All right, ask for continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in. Laura. All right, thank you. Ms. Hylton, you and just one member of the defense approach.
Okay, so she was just talking to her assistant. I think they're debating on whether to send them to lunch or not. That's completely fine. We have an hour of TiVo time, so I think we are going to be good to go if they decide to go to lunch. Let's see if we can skip ahead. She asked for one member of the
Out
defense
here,
team. There we go. Let's see what they say.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you.
All right, it's 1:09, so we've got plenty of time. What are y'all eating for lunch? Let us know what's on the menu. Let us know what's on the menu there. Miss Percival talking to Judge Whitaker. Waiting for the jury to leave. All right, here we go.
Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So actually, in the last 2 seconds, Ms. Percival has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing, and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds, or a few minutes.
Oh, so they're really trying to figure this thing out, like if he can testify to this.
So honestly, you know what, Ms. Percival, how about you be looking, and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it
Yeah.
online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh,
Didn't watch it yet.
how long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
It's an hour.
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my Daubert here.
Okay, I don't think it's.
Wasn't here long.
Yeah. Yes,
That is so cool.
most of the time. So if you give
For
me,
words?
yes,
That's amazing.
if you give me a few
Shout out to
minutes-
YouTubers.
Okay.
Well, no,
Keywords.
this one is searchable.
Did you send it to me?
So they're looking at the law and crime footage from that Daubert
Can
hearing.
Somebody be looking at the transcript that we have, and
Can you share the YouTube link with the state?
Shout out to YouTubers.
This is sharing it with the state and recording right now.
Thank you.
yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
I'm trying to pull it up. I've got it. You have it? No.
I'm not searching, I'm trying to find the link. Hold on.
You got it.
First code, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
That's how much they want to make sure that this witness can even testify to rap lyrics or habits, because he's saying that he has monitored all the defendants and their habits on social media, but that's the extent of what took place in the Daubert hearing to social media and as a gang expert. However, you cannot go anything beyond that scope if that's what Judge Glanville's ruling is. And remember, Judge Whitaker is trying to make a ruling on this so she can determine what he can speak to. Rap lyrics in evidence in this case has been huge for months. And that's what we're hoping to determine right now. So before these guys go for lunch, they're pulling up the law and crime footage and the transcript from that Dubar hearing. And what they want to do is see if it's safe.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music, and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people, to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So I'm satisfied.
Page 51.
51, 52,
41.
41. $55.
That's interesting, Dom.
16. All right, so he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Well
Thank
then.
you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
Luckily, guys, we have some TiVo time, so I'm going to bring us up to current time. We are here. It is 1:14 where I am on the East Coast. They're due back at 1:15, so any moment now they should be coming back. In the meantime, let's check out our super chat to see where we all are. I've been shouting them out throughout the day, but let me see. Just Lee has gifted some memberships. Thank you again, Just Lee, for that. K Tribe became a new member. Welcome, K Tribe. Really appreciate you being here. Shout out to ZMT Indy with the 5. Says a girl from Texas dropped the Instagram info. Listen, some of y'all making love connections in this chat. All right. Thank you so much, ZMT Indy. Healthier with Me Z became a new member. Thank you so much. A Rabbit with the Gun over here on my side. Thank you so much. Rabbit with the Gun became a member. And again, members, we have a few things coming for y'all. We got a poll scheduled for you at 7 p.m. So that is going to come out later. Make sure you vote. Members only poll, and it is discussing our content. We are looking to create content on this case for the next few weeks. And of course, we always want you guys to weigh in. So we put our top 3 ideas on there. Would love for you to weigh in on what we're looking at. Issues like plea deals that we've had with all of defendants, issues like motions for mistrial. Y'all want to see like a mashup of all of Love's shenanigans, all of those things. You guys were behind the Best of Max Shard video. You were also behind the Best of Brian Steele, where we put together these, these compilations of how these attorneys perform. But I think at some point we might need to do the Best of Adams. He's pretty good too. The Best of Doug Weinstein. You know, we have so much content with this trial that it's like, we're not going to run out, but we want to prioritize what you guys would want to watch first. So there's a few things we want you to vote on tonight. Also, if you're a member, you'll notice that we're putting together your custom emojis and your badges and all of that today. So as we trial stream throughout the trial, all of our fun jokes, our inside jokes that we make in this community is going to be something that we use. So you guys know what they are. I did these crimes. All of the little jokes that we have it on the merch, publicly available for everybody. But we really want to start showing our members love over here, because the membership is not just about a badge. Some of you guys are paying us monthly, like a subscription. And we need to make sure that you get your benefits. So that's what me and my team are doing. So it is beyond likes. It's beyond those things. It's about perks and benefits. And that's what we're hoping to do. So poll coming tonight. You can test out your objections right now. Those stickers are working. They're just too small. So I have somebody working on it as we speak to make them a little bit bigger so you guys can read them when we use them. So thank you so much. And that is just a quick announcement on membership. So a rabbit with a gun, welcome. Shout out to Mulatto Gato with the $4.99. Thank you so much. Mulatto says he sounds like the black girl on Deuce Bigelow. Cakes and pies, cakes and pies. I'm so done. He does have an interesting voice about him and an interesting laugh. This is the witness that's on the stand, Detective Dennis. And it looks like the judge just made her decision. He has testified to lyrics before, so it looks like he is going to be able to do this. And shout out to all of you guys that voted in the poll. I'm going to end it. 92% of you guys said that Detective Dennis should not be able to testify to lyrics because he's not a musicologist or whatever they said that he has the authority to do. He's a gang expert.
He's not already qualified with that degree of specificity.
All right, back from lunch. Shout out to Sticks to Born with the 5. Says AV got us listening to Pootie Tang. Thanks, Sticks to Born.
Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is going to handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigations?
Yes.
How did it come up in your investigation?
A lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, did gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes.
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
Yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. You tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that. And that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit, would you say music came up in your investigation?
A lot, like a percentage.
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
More than 10. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically used movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African-American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African-American community through entertainment.
He's not wrong.
Last time, the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his,
not his
teaching
opinion.
other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
Boys
So
to the
again,
hood,
over
menace
the
to
course of
society.
your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had any, you yourself training specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent.
I cannot co-sign anything he just said.
No further questions.
All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking you about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself,
I don't think he's qualified.
I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to pause it for a second. My personal opinion, I don't think he's qualified to speak to that. I understand that he's done some training on it, but the sociology behind the connection between music and gang activity is a very different, those are two different topics. If he was maybe a psychologist, a sociologist, someone that studies this material, then maybe that is something that works. But just because you have given trainings on the topic does not make you an expert in it. So right now they're trying to qualify him as an expert in this before the jury comes back in. Now, Adams, he's Brian Steele's partner representing Young Thug. He's just like, I understand that you've done these trainings. Can we see the trainings? Perhaps can we see any material that you've put together? Are they webinars? It sounds like you've gone to schools and things to educate people on this topic, but is it based on how you feel and your own observations, or do you have the education, the credentials, the experience to speak on this topic in court as an expert? There are rules. We talk about this all the time with the federal rules of evidence, guys. There are actually rules on how to qualify an expert witness, and that's what we're talking about right now. Is he qualified to speak to this topic? In my opinion, I don't think he is. I think he's qualified to speak to gang science, gang activities as a detective, as law enforcement, yes. However, as far as the professional experience, I think that that's lacking here. And just my personal opinion, if they let this in, I don't think that's right. I really don't. But let's continue. It's not about how we feel. Let's see how the judge rules upon this. And let's see if Adams is going to continue to poke holes on if he can even speak to this, because I'm kind of leaning on the defense side with this one.
When I work for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
what literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you
Yes,
talking
sir.
about magazines?
I'm
Or
talking about books. I'm talking about learned treatises. I'm talking about studies, anything like
Training
that.
materials.
Yes.
none of it?
None.
Magazines. We might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine.
Oh my
might be something
God.
that we are able to reference
That's
because
what
of
he
the
used.
wording or something along that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a
Gang
book out of
books.
Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right. And what
That's how
specific
he's an
information?
expert.
Here's what I'm trying to get to,
Go
Detective.
ahead.
I'm really not trying to trick you or anything.
Okay.
But I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics
That you wrote.
as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mhm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
I'm
Yes.
done.
I've seen it. Yes.
I'm
Right.
done.
Looking at the movie Boys in the Hood,
Yes.
and you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right? Have there been
Get him,
any,
Adams.
for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics
No.
and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else?
Oh my God.
Any redirect?
If they let
Nothing
this
from the state,
in,
Your Honor.
she's going
All
to
right.
qualify him.
So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed.
YouTube.
Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person
This
does
case
not
is a
understand
joke.
that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
This is
It's
crazy.
obviously ultimately going to be for the
Insane.
jury to determine whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says.
And Your
Wow.
Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. he has no specialized
Correct.
knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same experience, life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I
the
understand. I'm not
Correct.
basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right, but-
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information
That is
whatsoever to
correct.
indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever.
1000%.
And I'd maintain my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand,
Totally
and your
agree.
objection is overruled. I mean,
Wow.
this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in
I
here.
can't believe she let that in. I cannot believe she let that in. This case is a monstrosity. I can't like what? This man, just like you and me, guys, he could watch me. He's qualified as a music lyrics expert. He can speak to this in court because he read Vibe magazine, because he read The Source, because he read all of these things, because he did a few trainings, because he watched Boys in the Hood. They are putting this man in front of a jury as an expert in music. This ain't no 68. Shout out to some Gray Day. This ain't no 60. I'm done. Oh my God. He watched Paid in Full. That's right. This is so disturbing. And the world is watching. I hope, and I'm actually proud of what Adam said because he's absolutely right. I'm going to pull the rule, guys, but there is a rule for qualifying expert. I think it's 702. I would want to disqualify him right now if I was in that courtroom. He's not qualified to speak to that at all. Weinstein said it, Steele said it. And if anything, both Yak and Young Thug are actual artists. If anybody's experts in music, it's them. Oh my word. Look at our poll. He said hip hop brainwashes the community. Look at this huddle up there. Hip hop brainwashes the community. Oh man, I'm just baffled that just took place. I'm really surprised and disappointed in our legal system. I mean, wow. You cannot make the stuff that happens in this trial up. It's where your tax dollars are going. People can decide if experts can use rap lyrics in their testimony. Teach about it. Some might argue that I'm not a legal expert, even though I went to law school and have a degree in a pre-law. 7 years of learning this stuff. But on paper, if I were to go and just start giving y'all legal advice, I'm not licensed. So I'm not qualified to give you guys legal advice. As of now, even though I have the experience, not qualified. But here in this courtroom, that's not
Let's get it
applied.
done. Before we go
I
back to
can't.
where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
Yes.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State's Exhibit 1TT?
Yes,
And did you pull that from social media?
yes,
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
yes.
You know, this time state like the Tender States exhibit 1TT into evidence. 1TT into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And then also looking at Stacy exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
It appears to be Shannon Stillwell.
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time the state like the Tender States exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now, or I can approach before it's published.
I guess go ahead and approach now.
I'm gonna also show you what's been marked as Stacy's exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize Stacy's exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
And what is it Stacy's exhibit 545Y?
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay, and was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's exhibit 545Y into evidence.
I'm just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right.
First showing Stacy's exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
More of the quietness with these pictures that are being shown. I don't know why they're doing that today. That is so new. You know, it looks like it's a picture of Yak and Shannon dripping through Cali with some real right ninjas. Slat. And then it tags Yak Gotti. Looks like another image coming up. I know Simone, no shoes. So one of y'all said she needs Dr. Scholl's. Comfortable footwear.
Now looking at Stacy's exhibit 1TT, why was
Is that Yak standing on a Benz? I mean, I don't know what this picture proves. Where's Rico? It looks like they're approaching the judge. He's stepping out. Jerry's stepping outside. I think that there's an issue with these photos. See that little gaming channel? Are you an expert in Cali Gang's little gaming channel?
Mr. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial.
Ooh,
This
Doug!
absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed.
Oh,
404A. Your Honor.
oh. 404A.
Whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go back, guys. Doug is moving for a motion for mistrial. We just saw a few pictures of Shannon. That means that the reason why Doug has an issue is because of what the witness said about, sorry, not Shannon, Yak Gotti. I want to hear exactly what he said about Yak Gotti. Whatever it was, Doug is not having it. He's saying it was so prejudicial, and I'm coming over here. We're looking at character evidence. He is talking about Rule 404, right? Now, what this means is if somebody has done other crimes and it's not relevant to the particular crime at issue, you're painting them in a bad light, and you're painting them in a bad light that impacts their character. Now, there's prohibited uses. Evidence of a person's character or their trait is not admissible to prove that a particular occasion he acted in accordance with the character or trait. There are exceptions that they could use in a criminal case, right? Those exceptions include you could do it to show a character trait. You can do it if you're offering evidence of a victim's character trait, right? In a homicide case, you can do it for the victim's trait of peacefulness to show that the other person was the first, aggressor. But that's it. Otherwise, you cannot come at a defendant's character. So I did step away to grab something at the front door. So I'm going to take us back a few minutes, right when I left, and let's replay that so we can see exactly what was said that Doug has a problem with. Let's come back here.
I'm going to also show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize Stacy's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
And what is it Stacy's Exhibit 545Y?
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay. And was that also pulled in, appear to have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
Yeah, this time the state would like to tender Stacy's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
I'm just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted.
My bad, guys. What happens is when I share tabs, it stops the sound for some reason. So I'm going to go ahead, stop sharing this tab, and then start sharing the tab again. So brief interruption. So sorry. Let's go back.
subject to whatever modification.
Do a one test if you could hear it now.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
Type a one if you could hear it now.
First showing Stacy Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y.
OG Boole. I think that's Shannon. So there's that part. So there's a picture. Nothing is said there. It says, welcome to B-Day Paradise. Okay. This is where I came back. Dripping through Cali with some real ninjas. Slap. Yeah, got it. Right? Yak and Shannon, I believe. So actually, maybe we didn't hear it. Because you see how they're muting everything? They're talking right now, but we can't hear it. Law and Crime, every time they share, they're cutting the audio.
Now, looking at Stacy Exhibit 1 TT, why was
It probably happened right here. It just got muted. Did y'all hear that? It probably happened right here. So we'll just wait and see if Doug will explain it. But we, the public, court of public opinion on the internet, we weren't able to hear it. All right. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss anything. We're going to skip back to where Doug objects. He's coming up. Let's hear it.
Ms. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even
Doug's
come across
pissed.
my mind that would even have come out
Doug is
of our
pissed.
witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on that vehicle. If you can just give us an opportunity just to look at some case law just to see if you can.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that. And I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless, it
intention.
happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to
Thank you.
find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. So Thugger Daily just posted. I have right here, phone right here. It says Doug Weinstein is livid after the state's witness, who the judge says should know better, testifies about his client being in and out of prison. which isn't admissible for a witness to testify as it's bad character evidence. So while he was standing on, while we were looking at the picture of the car, what was said was this. Detective Dennis, a retired detective who knows better. He knows he's not supposed to say that. He's testified in trials before. The person that was just trying to be qualified as an expert witness in rap lyrics. This expert already fucked up. Sorry to swear. He says that Yak Gotti was in and out of prison. It does fall under bad character evidence, and I showed you guys what that rule looks like, and it falls under the first one, which is a defendant may offer evidence of the defendant's pertinent trait. And if that evidence is admitted, the prosecutor may offer evidence to rebut it. Actually, wait, sorry, let me scroll up. Yes, character evidence, it's prohibited. It's not allowed in, you know? So the fact that this judge allowed it in is crazy work. It's crazy work. We have accumulated a little bit of TiVo time. So let me see where we are. Yeah, so we are live right now. Are we? Yeah, we're live in real time right now. So we're just waiting for them to come back and then we will go from there. But it is interesting. Doug, well, I've never seen Doug that upset. But this shows you how much he goes hard for Yak Gotti. And then look, I think it was like 20, 30 minutes ago, we saw how Yak was like talking to him about certain things because this line of questioning actually goes to him. We saw some limited jury instructions that were limited just to the scope of him. So, you know, Doug was listening very, very closely, right? Let's come to some super chats while we wait for them to come back and see what the result's going to be. But again, don't get your hopes up. Whenever we have motions for mistrial, it happens all the time. But I do think that Doug is right about this. It cannot be unheard. The jury heard it. We, the court of public opinion, we did not hear exactly what was said, but Detective Gaither does know better. He does. He does. So let me come back to our super chats, kill a little bit of time while we wait. But they should be back any moment now. I think we were somewhere around here. Shout out to ZMT Indy. ZMT says, AV, don't tell TLA I bought a few memberships for y'all. I haven't done it for him. I think so. This is a case of hearsay and relevance. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, Indy, who gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Indy, please say thank you. Indy, thank you so much for growing our community. It really means a lot. Appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony sliding in with the 5, says boa tarde, which means good afternoon in Portuguese. Woody reads lips, but don't ask him or AV will be infamous AV. Interesting. I asked before if Glanville's motions could be revisited by Whitaker. Well, this was not necessarily a motion, it is a ruling for an ongoing trial. And because this detective is testifying for the 3rd time, they do need to look at what previous rulings were, and she can change them. And it looks like she did not change it. She kept what Glanville's original ruling was intact because they were able to go back to the footage and go back to the transcript and see at that time he was already testifying to lyrics. So if anything, at the time that Glanville issued that order, that's where it shouldn't have been allowed. So you see how issues from the past come to the present. She didn't necessarily correct it. All she said is, I am satisfied that he is an expert, which personally, guys, I don't agree with. I don't think he's an expert into speaking to lyrics and connecting lyrics to gang activity. I mean, absolutely not. I don't know how or why that judge would rule in the way that she did. Shout out to Mimi with the 2, says, how are you a gang expert and you're not a gang member? Wow. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, gang expert, you do, if you have spent some time looking at people's habits and things, he knows a few things. But as far as the lyrics and connecting that to crimes, no, I don't think that's good evidence at all, really. Because then you get into freedom of speech conversations. So thank you so much, Mimi, for the 2. Shout out to K Wags with the 5, says Johnny Cash didn't shoot a man just to watch him die. Folsom Prison Blues. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but thank you so much, K-Wags. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Audrey with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Audrey. Hope you're having a great day. Shout out to Victoria with the 2. Says, how many other rappers has the detective investigated? Victoria, what an excellent question. That is actually a good question. I wish Adams asked him this question as Adams was cooking, like, hey, he is not an expert. I want this on the record. And the reason why they want it on the record is because if the case gets to its conclusion, which likely will, and let's say these guys get convicted, you absolutely are going to see an appeal. But these things need to be on the record so it can be litigated on the appeal. So thank you so much, Victoria. I would absolutely want to know that if I was a trying judge in the Court of Appeals. So thank you so much. Great question. Shout out to Practitioner Her with the 2. Says VoxScript, aka ChatGPT, can find it in seconds. Really? That's probably what Westmoreland was looking for. So VoxScript, does it scan YouTube videos? Because YouTube does, it's a very smart system. YouTube does transcribe everything that we're saying in videos. Like I'm talking to you guys right now. At the end of this video, it'll probably be a 4 or 5 hour video. But everything that is said, everything the speaker said, it gets transcribed and it becomes a database and you can find it. So I didn't know that it was called VoxScript. Thank you so much, Practitioner Her. Shout out to Latrice, who became a member. Thank you so much, Latrice. Appreciate you. Welcome to the community. We got a lot of good perks coming to you guys very soon. Appreciate that. Shout out to King with the 2. Says the best of Adams. Yes, I just put that down as a note because we've got a lot of content for you guys. But honestly, this trial is projected to continue into March of 2024. So we've got plenty of time to get you a video like that. Thank you so much, King. Shout out to a girl from Texas, gifted membership. She just did it again. She is gifting you guys, making sure that we grow the community. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. Anthony back with another 10 says music helps understand. What about material evidence found in music? How about sorting out embellishments? Not a reliable source of info. Woody said it. Mix a little lie with the truth. He mixes it. Take a little bit of truth and a little bit of the lies and you mix it, right? But totally agree. It's not a reliable source of income. Reliable source of income. You see what's on my mind. Reliable source of info. Thank you so much, Anthony Peterson. Shout out to Hey Miss D, who became a member. Welcome, sis. You are going to love it in this community. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to R. Rosen with the 5 says, if this is the case, aren't we all in some form or fashion an expert in musicology? That's what I'm saying. Like that, today is an interesting trial day. It's a very interesting trial day. Number one, that expert thing was interesting, but also I'm looking at this motion for mistrial. They have been gone for a few minutes. We're waiting for them to return in real time. We are all out of TiVo time. So thank you so much, R. Rosen. Shout out to Seamus with the $4.99. Seamus says, separate the entire genre from specifics. He's talking about his environment and neighborhood and experience in dealing with youth in his community. Yeah, I do think that it needs to be separated. So really, really good point here, Seamus. Shout out to Practitioner Her with the 5. She says, I don't know, AV. You can become a lawyer in Cali by reading an apprenticeship. Yes. In California, in the state of California, you can become a barred attorney without attending law school. With apprenticeship, so you can become, be an apprentice in a law office, and you will have to take baby bar exams. So I think it's like yearly or something along those lines. And you can be issued a bar license in the state of California without attending law school. Strange, but one of the only states where you can do that. A famous person that tried to do this but failed was Kim Kardashian. She wanted to take after her father, Rob Kardashian, and she wanted to become a lawyer. She was doing a lot of apprenticeships and things of the like, but it's Kim Kardashian. It's like, Kim, come on. You're busy. You have time to read the books. You have time to do all that. Prepping for the bar exam is very difficult, guys. It literally takes 8 hours a day of nonstop reading, practicing, looking at the exam questions, 200 200 questions, 7 bodies of law that you need to have up here. You need to be able to articulate like a lawyer in the essays quickly, 30 minutes, 7 bodies of law. And you don't know which essay questions are going to be on the bar exam. You just need to know the 7 bodies of law. Up here, memorize, know it cold. What the dean of my law school used to say. You get that training in law school. I mean, I don't know what Cali's doing. I mean, what are they doing? What are y'all doing out in Cali, little gaming channel? But thank you so much, Practitioner Her. Shout out to Anthony with another 2, says magazine expert. You know, it's so funny. I was just about to sell this. I was looking through a box over here. Somebody gave me like a Mad magazine from 1978. And it's in Portuguese, like as a gag gift, because their father used to, collect Mad magazines. And I was like, man, I wonder how much money I can get for this on eBay, like from collectors or whatever. But yeah, he's a Mad magazine expert, huh? Shout out to Mimi with the 2. She says, bye, cuz he has no clue. Like, yeah. He like talking about, I've read magazines, watched Boys in the Hood. The Black community is brainwashed. It's like, oh my God. Thank you, Mimi. Shout out to Audrey with the 2. Audrey says, hold up. Born and raised in Compton. Please leave. You guys are not having him. Y'all are not having Detective Dennis today. You're done with Detective Dennis. Practitioner Her is back with another 2, says, I think he has a point in some respects. As far as personal experience, I agree with you there, Practitioner Her. He has valid viewpoints from personal experience, but its personal experience is very different from expert opinions and expert testimony. Very, very different. But thank you so much. Shout out to Mush with the 2, says, then in life, I'm an expert in everything. Everything. I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. And here's what cases do. With cases, it sets a tone. There's things called precedent. Now, the decisions that this judge makes could end up in those back there in law books. It could change the way that we argue the law in the future. Now, you guys, yesterday, if you were watching me, I reviewed Ashley Merchant's letter, and she used a lot of case law in it. Now, essentially, the things that happen in cases become the rule of law, depending on how judges decide certain things. It can become the law in the state of Georgia. That's why case law is really important. But sometimes cases get overturned, issues become reversed, things of the like. And that's why legal research is really important, right? But at the same time, an expert can't just say what they want. No, it needs to rely on the scope of what their expertise is in. This man, I do not believe, is an expert. He does not have expertise in rap lyrics. He's using his own personal experience. Now, let that become case law in Georgia. Set the tone in Georgia. Like, oh, in Williams et al. In the state of Georgia versus Williams et al. In 2024, the judge, Honorable Whitaker, ruled that experts can testify to things that they do not have general expertise in. That's why this opinion, that's why her ruling is kind of messed up. So thank you so much, Mush. Excellent conversation starter right there. Shout out to Dawn with the 10, says, how many hip hop heads are barely understanding Kendrick Lamar's lyrics? I haven't kept up with this stuff in a while, but thank you so much, Dawn. What was it? It was Drake versus Kendrick Lamar. Who's better? Is he getting better? Because that's the other thing. Are you guys experts, whether you side with Drake or Kendrick Lamar? Does that make you an expert? Craziness, crazy work. Shout out to Drew Beats with the 5, says, hey, I'm an expert too. I watched Rap City. Oh my God. Do y'all remember The Basement, 106 in Park, The Box, and MTV? Crazy. Does that make us experts? We watched every episode when we were all young. That's essentially what's happening here. I'm still really upset about it, but thank you so much, Drew Beats. Shout out to Natalia with the 5, says OG Slime AV, hat to the back. Did you see that? I'm trying to emulate the cap the amount of cappage that was happening in the courtroom today. So from time to time, I keep my trusty blue hat here. Just when cappage is happening, we need to call the cap exactly where it is. Thank you so much, Natalia. I appreciate you, sis. Mush is back with another 2, says AV. I'm an expert on you. I've been watching you, girl. I mean, you guys, y'all know me. Do you know? Do you know me? Does that mean that you're an AV7 expert? Do you know what I have for lunch? You know what my favorite coffee is? It's crazy. Thank you, Mush. Shout out to Rosenback with another 10, says AV, I watched Girls Trip. So am I an expert in women? And I was raised by a woman. So am I able to decipher when a woman says we need to talk? Does that make you a woman expert whisperer, Rosen? I don't think it does. I don't think that it does. So interesting. Shout out to Latasha's been a member for a month. She says, doesn't sound objective to me. Right? Crazy, Latasha. I just don't understand why Whitaker let that in. But now we've got a motion for mistrial that she's probably going to deny anyway. So let's keep going. Shout out to Practitioner Her with another 5, says, whether he's qualified and whether music should be allowed as testimony are 2 different issues. Tell him, sis. I consider you an expert, AV. Well, thank you so much. I'm an expert, allegedly. But would I be a licensed attorney? No. Because I need that bar card, right? However, would I be qualified as a legal expert? When, let me see if I pulled it up, because I had to stop and go back to character evidence because Doug just talked about that. But let me show you guys the rules to qualify experts. FRE. There's a way you have to do it. There's a specific line of questions. Yeah, it's Rule 702. Let me show you guys this one. So Rule 702, testimony by an expert witness. There's a few questions you need to ask them. A witness who's qualified as an expert is qualified with their knowledge, so their education, their skills, right? Their experience. Let me make myself small. Their experience, their training or education, and the form of an opinion or otherwise if the proponent demonstrates the court that it is more likely than not that they have scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge. Ooh, they're back. They're back.
Yes, we do now. Okay.
Make sure you guys can hear it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you can hear it. Thank you, Rosen. All right, we'll come back to super chats back, guys, but let's see. Where do they land with motion for mistrial here? I think it's like her hair's back. She's got the Diet Coke. Is it over?
All right. What is the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307
She's not gonna do it.
Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's only enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial, he was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swim's trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swim's objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement.
Slow down, reading, please.
Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swim's incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on a defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swim's mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swim's crimes in West Virginia beyond a single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was non-responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the actions taken by the actions taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the courts. Was the reference isolated and brief? And whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in counts 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion.
Okay, so before we move on, let me just give you guys a quick refresher. Showing this tab, this is the picture at issue where he made the comment. Let me just double check that y'all can see that. Here's the picture. So this is Yak Gotti standing on YFN Lucci's car at Lenox Mall. So this is on the side where, I think that's like Bloomingdale's or something over there, or Neiman's. Yes, because I used to park there and go into that entrance. That's on the Neiman's Marcus side. So usually people with luxury cars, I think there's like private parking over there on that side, valet or whatever. He is, and this I think was taken in like 2015. So it's YFN Lucci's car at Lenox Mall. He's standing on it. Now, while the detective was on the stand, it was muted. We couldn't hear it. He testified that Yak Gotti being in and out of prison is what's causing this motion for mistrial. Now, let's come back because I want to see what the judge says. Simone Hylton's argument is that it was a comment made in passing, that it was unexpected. You know, let's go to other cases. You guys picked up on the West Virginia thing where in a Georgia case, somebody was incarcerated in West Virginia, but something came up about that defendant where the witness had testified to bad character evidence, and the judge in that case did not issue a motion for mistrial. So she's trying to sway Judge Whitaker to use that case law. And she's saying, Judge Whitaker, if the court decides to issue a motion for a mistrial, it would be an abuse of your discretion as a judge, right? So let's see what Weinstein says, just doing a sound check.
All right. And we have instructed our witness. Pass that as well.
Here goes Doug's argument.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was seasoned.
Yeah, no, I looked. It's not.
It's
It was
an
a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152, Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, but if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers. Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never
Last
mind.
words?
It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion.
Wow.
But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done.
Oh, okay. All right, guys, listen. So we didn't get a motion for mistrial, but she is laying it on the prosecution. She really did. This is actually, wow. I've not seen that from this judge before. We are seeing something crazy. So she's going to issue sanctions to the prosecution team for allowing him to say that, for not prepping him. This is punishment. This is punishment for allowing that to happen. So in a way, she's kind of she's being fair to both sides. So she's not going to grant the motion for mistrial, but she's siding with Doug and punishing them for this. So there will be sanctions, but the big kicker in this whole thing right now, she's saying we're done with this witness. He's not going to testify anymore. That's crazy. Okay, let's rewind. I want to hear it again. But I did not expect that to happen. Man, I wish Lead was here. This is where we'd be like, oh, okay, here's the judge's final ruling. Let's go.
Just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind.
That's how we
It's the
knew. Any
defense's
last words?
motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness as a law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion.
That's big, guys. What did she just say? The only reason why she's not granting a motion for mistrial is because in the indictment, in one of the listings, it says that Yak Gotti is a convicted felon. He is a convicted felon. But if that wasn't in there, she's telling us if that wasn't in the indictment, she would have granted it. That's huge coming from her. I'm surprised because usually she's pretty weak on this stuff. But let's keep going.
But given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I would also.
You go steal.
We didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine. So it would be a confrontation clause. It would be reversible error. So I'm moving.
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right. So we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's
said
what I was-
today.
Okay.
And the notes,
cross.
just like you did before.
Wow.
All the notes have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind. Put them under seal, or that's why I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert your honorable court. If you
Wow, Simone is scrambling and straightening. Look at how fast she's about to get up. Listen, here's what Brian just did. He's like, hey, you know that confrontation clause? Like, we didn't get a chance to cross-examine him this time. Can we strike everything he said from the record today? Oh my word. This is getting good. This is getting good.
Don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The
think
answer
that-
is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that.
Oh, poor Simone.
My question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would ask.
Nope. So sorry, Simone. She just said no. It all goes. And Simone's like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Listen, throw the case as you try it. Throw the case as you try it, state. This is awful. Terrible. Terrible. I want to watch the scrambling and scraping though. And this time I'm not going to interrupt. I want to see her reaction, her raw reaction, what she's saying. Let's watch it again.
Court, if you don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we could just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the answer is no.
But I don't.
The answer is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't believe that my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment,
Here come
the
Doug.
state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask that.
Do
My
I need to
ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits.
Oh,
admitted to this gentlemen need to be
All
taken
of
down
it.
under seal as well.
All of
and
it.
disregarded by the jury.
Everything. Get it all out. Oh, what a loss. Sad. Oh, Brian is the man. That was a big win for the defense. Wow. Look at Doug. He's hype. Doug is hype. Doug is like, you know what? Doug's probably like, get all that shit out. Is there anything else we could take out? He's like, let
Do
me
you have
look at
another
this
witness
list.
available?
Let me look at this list.
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right. Go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question.
Oh.
Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure
Get
if
him
the
out of
state
here.
had planned on that or not, or if
Get
their
him out of
sanction
here.
would bar that as well.
Oh, no. He won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
This is like sports for not law nerds. Look at Doug's face. They are happy. This is huge, guys. They were able to stop a witness in their tracks. For the defense team, they've been trying to do this for months. The prosecution has got away with everything. They're bringing people back repeatedly. This is this guy's third time on the stand. Huge win for the defense because they were able to strike everything he said today. All those little, imagine doing all that work. Imagine if you're Simone, you got your whiteboard, you're sitting here writing all these things, all these pictures, all of that. This is why it's so important as criminal defense attorneys to listen intently. Find your loopholes. Know your exceptions. Know your rules of evidence. Huge win for Doug. Huge. They got a detective off of the stand on the same day. Oh my God. And then Brian's like, oh, you know, hold on, let me hide this comment. Your Honor, while we're at it, can we strike everything he said today? You know, she said, yeah. And then he's like, oh, you know, can we get the exhibits too? Sure. Simone, no, don't do it. No, don't. I'm scraping for the case. I need this witness. I need this witness. Nope. He's gone. He's done for the day. Do y'all have the next person ready? We know the answer to that because we read Ashley's letter yesterday. No. How about Ashley's client? How about that? They were ready yesterday and now you guys were not ready. How? Man, I should text Ashley. This is such a nightmare of a case. Let's keep going.
Unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not going to do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further. Okay. I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better, though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
Oh my
All right,
God.
it is denied.
Oh,
Thank you.
I got excited.
Okay. Do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay.
Wow, what an explosive day. Hold on, we got TiVo time. Now they have to look for another witness. They thought they were going to have another hour with him. And now I bet you they're going to call Ashley. I bet you they're going to try to get Ashley was sitting there like, listen, negotiate this immunity order. Then my client will testify. He needs to testify prior to November 15th. It is so crazy to me. Look at her. She's looking for somebody and Love's not there. Love is probably like, what the hell happened? Empty prosecution table. Doug cleared out that side of the room. This is so amazing. Let me use our TiVo time. Okay, let us, they're back.
Why is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, why is that already in before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
Oh, shit.
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
What happened?
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated,
I think we did.
and it was denied. Is my recollection.
Might be-
And so,
It might be, I'm gonna check, you overact as well, and that's why I think that.
Ah.
I'm gonna check. So it's an overact, so like a felony murder with the underlying.
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, that's all.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, oh, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't exact.
okay,
189.
well,
Hold on DC. You done missed a lot. And DC comes through. She's hitting me with a $100 super chat. If y'all could type DC in the chat, that would be fantastic. What does she say? She says, I just walked into the best L of the trial, AV. Can we get $100 in ones and toss them around in the chat? Admonish him, Judge. Yeah, if I had the money gun that you take the magic, I swear to God, I'd be like, just celebrating DC. If y'all could type DC in the chat, that'd be fantastic. But she is not your only stream sponsor. I need to calculate it. And because I want to do the right thing for him, I'm going through the little gaming channel as well, who is a co-sponsor. I'm going through all his super chats real quick. We're skipping a line. So not only is DC walking in to history with this trial, look at the little gaming channel. What does he say? He hits me with the 50. He says, Judge, wait. You said he was an expert. She should feel like a clown. Then the little gaming channel, he was back here as well. A few of them back here. Let me grab all your supers right now, brother. Sorry to make you wait. But I think it was right here. He said, I had 3 brothers in gangs. I'm more of an expert than him. All right. Little gaming channel with another 20. Now that puts him at 90. Says, shout out to the expert. Thank you, Mr. Expert, Mr. Cocky Expert. He just got thrown out of here. Little gaming channel, I think you hit me with one more. With a 5 right here. He's at 95. He says, if a mistrial means they start this crap over, it's going to be denied. With prejudice is the only acceptable ruling. Denied with prejudice, he's right, is a huge distinction, guys. Huge distinction. And then this puts him at 105. So he's a co-sponsor with DC. He says, take that L, take it. Take it, state. We've watched you guys get away with everything. But finally, we're seeing some spine from this judge. Finally, we're seeing her see the fact that as a retired investigator who you just trusted and qualified as an expert in gang activity and gang lyrics, made a mistake like that, was cocky on the stand, was laughing on the stand. This is not funny. These 6 young Black men are trying to get out of jail. They have been coming to trial for 146 days since the trial started, and likely longer than that. This is not a game. Gang expert. Gang. If y'all could type in TLGC in the chat, as well as DC, your stream sponsors watching this epic stream right now. Thank you both so much. I'm having a lot of fun. I feel like I'm watching the Super Bowl. This is amazing. Thank you both. Let's keep going, because I think right now we're trying to determine who the next witness is going to be. This was unplanned for the prosecution side. I think they should call Ashley, and it might get even more explosive than that. But let's keep going. I'm going to update the banner again, but DC and TLGC, thank you both. Really, really appreciate y'all.
187 is just possession of fire.
189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you. Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too.
And guys, wow, just when the Super Bowl's kicking off, I'm so excited.
In order to be correct, my instruction would be.
She's working on her jury instructions, but real quick, I want to celebrate DC, who after being extremely generous with the super chat is currently gifting you all 50 memberships right now. DC, thank you so much. Guys, if you're in the process of being gifted these memberships right now, please say thank you to her. It's extremely generous. We are building this community day by day. We are exposing what happens in courtrooms every single day. And DC is paying it forward by showing you guys that, this is important. This is important for people to see. This is important for you guys to see with a guide, a host like me, shout out to me, who can guide you through what we're actually watching. If you were just in law and crime, you weren't going to see me celebrating, throwing the hat to the back, looking at all of these L's, talking about the blue cap, showing you laws, bringing up the rules, doing all these things. DC is believing in the community that we have here. They says YSL DC. If you got one, Trillion of a Judah got a membership. I know Lee does this, but there's just too many. Edward Foster got a membership. Caramine got a membership. Carmine got a membership. Courtney got a membership. IBMOR 76 got a membership. Tamika got a membership. ATL Street Life got a membership. Heard Not Seen got a membership. 50 is so much. And she is your stream sponsor in DC. Amazing. So what did the judge commit to? So please make sure you guys are thanking DC as we go. But look at this. The judge now has to tell the jury what happened because, the motion for mistrial came. They had to argue it out. Simone lost, unfortunately. In a way, we knew that they were not going to grant a motion for mistrial, but for your whole witness for the day, that F's up your day. But as we saw with Ashley's letter yesterday, they're never prepared. They're kind of going as the trial goes, it depends on how long they spend with somebody on the stand. So it's hard to predict when you need somebody. So a lot of people have been coming to the courthouse. We saw Lil Woody 2 days ago wheeling in somebody from his family who didn't want to be there. Lil Woody's sister did not want to be on the stand. She didn't want to talk about it. She didn't want her face televised. These people want to be done with this case. But the state is bringing in people that don't want to be there. They need them because their testimony helps prove their case, but they're not doing a very good job in proving it. But this also shows the absolute failure in witness preparation. It highlights and underscores the absolute failure in witness preparation. In that letter that we read yesterday, Ashley Merchant had explained, I've talked to her about this personally by text, that she takes the time to prioritize getting her client ready to go to trial. And her client is a witness. The state is supposed to do this too. And a lot of their witnesses don't want to be there. They're not cooperative. You're pulling them out of hospital beds. You're revoking their probation. Half of the time, none of them want to cooperate with you. And because they don't give you the answers that you like on the stand, you're taking things away from them. These are people's real lives. You're threatening them to go to jail or back to jail in some cases. This case is a dumpster fire with and this just threw a little bit of, fluid on there, like lighter fluid. It just blew up. This is bad. I know Fanny, and I also know that Miss Love are not happy today. This is probably the second time this week that Miss Love has not been in the courtroom all day. Simone is on her phone trying to figure out if their next witness is ready. Look at the woman behind her. This is a sad day for them. It's sad. It's a big L. It's a big loss, but we haven't really seen a lot of things go in favor for the defense for quite some time. Aside from Glanville being recused, it's been a few months since they've gotten a win. So it's interesting. It is very, very interesting. Again, thank you so much to your stream sponsor, DC, co-sponsor, TLGC. You guys are amazing. But let's go and see how the judge is going to put together these jury instructions and go from there.
His prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to Overt Act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick? You know what I'm asking?
Can you repeat that, Your Honor?
Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
But, Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause right. That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right,
overt
the
act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that,
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it, and you asked the state to do it. It goes to
yeah,
Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest of
Williams,
them,
right.
basically. But
While the judge is pondering, huge shout out to the Little Gaming Channel who just put another 100 on it. He says the icing on the cake would have been if love was there. Get your ass in court. The attorney being shamed by the judge yesterday, and then this. I mean, Little Gaming Channel, I couldn't have said it better myself. And I'll be honest, guys, I put out that clip as Lead and I did the morning session on his side. And then, I finished the afternoon session on my side, and then we dropped the clip last night. And what it was is there's another gentleman who's not at the prosecution's table this morning, Mr. Brown, who is an ADA on the case. The judge kind of threw an insult at him. Lead does make his race comments. That's Lead, But I saw a lot of you guys in the comments talking about that, the differences in races, and it's not about that. What it is about is the fact that this prosecutor's office is consistently unprepared. Consistently. Love is unprepared. Brown yesterday was unprepared. And I'll be honest, guys, right here, Simone was unprepared. That investigator should not have said what he said about a co-defendant, especially when we're about to get into the intricacies about what you spoke to that co-defendant about. It's about effective lawyering. This is not effective lawyering because your witness should have known the parameters, known everything that they were about to say, like Ashley Merchant did yesterday, outline everything we're going to talk about. This is all you guys can question this witness on. That's called witness preparation. The state doesn't have time to properly prepare these people. It shows. So if y'all could type TLGC in the chat, that would be fantastic. He is your stream co-sponsor. Both him and DC are crushing it, really supporting the community today as we're watching this all unfold. Craziness, but the state is not only wasting taxpayer dollars. The election, and people are voting right now in Fulton County. The election is in less than 2 weeks. And Fonnie Willis is behind this case. She chose to bring charges against these defendants. This is what her office is doing. Unprepared for the judge to say to that young brother yesterday, we need attorneys that can actually try a case. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Thank you so much, TLGC. Let's dive back on in.
so
That's the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, and there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial because somebody like me,
Oh,
Mr. Williams,
Brian's
not a
going
convicted
in.
felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify.
Oh, that's good, guys. Brian's brilliant. Here's what's happening. Brian's like, okay, she just sanctioned them. Can we get this out? Can we get that out too? Oh, and by the way, you're talking about one of the defendants and possibly taking out the fact that we cannot use the guilt or his other felonies that he's committed outside of this trial connected to this case, right? He's like, yeah. She's like, yeah. Okay, well, you got the young kid, Mr. Ryan, in front of us who's on trial for murder, something completely separate from this case. You got Yak Gotti, who's done time for something else. You have Shannon Stillwell, who's involved in a car flipping over in the death of his ex-girlfriend. And I love this. I love when Brian does this and stands there and it's just like, King Slime has not committed any crimes. So if you're going to take it off the table for them, I mean, what about my client in my situation? Brian's just going in. Oh, this is like the best trial day that we've had in a really long time. I'm going to rewind that part a little bit because it was brilliantly done. He's like, well, since we're at it, what else can I get?
Not a one. Why I may just continue speaking. That's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's convicted. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of RICO.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't consider, even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you don't, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believe the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the RICO violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered? It's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for what's required for RICO.
Can I ask, Your Honor, for this purpose for right now, can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are going to have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause.
Ooh, she's siding with the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is, if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63 and overt act is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that,
Can we,
or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment? That would be easier.
And that's was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
and I guess our thought is, since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them, what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just tell him disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they've heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
They are struggling. They're all like, say this, say this. Look at Atkins and this other woman. They are trying to game
I mean, I can just
plan.
say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given that I do think it was a mistake on his part.
They're trying to figure out what the hell to tell the jury. And she's getting frustrated. The judge is like, tell me what I should say to the jury. Tell me, state, what should I say? And they're trying to figure it out. You see the hands, the scrambling, the scraping. Man, they are really trying hard to tell this judge what to say to this jury. What does she say? Defense is chilling.
Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to RICO later.
That's right, pretty Esquire. Oh, look, we got backup. Abate is like, hold on, let me help y'all. He's like, let me get my vitamin water. It's set up here. Help you guys. And remember, Abate is like number 3 in Fani's office. Love is not there. He rushed. He is back.
I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with.
They call backup. Love sent him in.
Okay.
He's caught up. The judge offered to catch him up. He said, no, I'm caught up. Yeah, seriously, y'all. This is not good. He's watching us like we were panicking. Like, I'm not panicking. I was watching this like it was a friggin' football. Like, whether you American football or football goal. Like, I'm excited on the sideline. Like, what's gonna happen next? And the judge is growing impatient. We hearing the huffs and the puffs and the blow your house down. She's gonna blow your house down, prosecution. You better hurry up. Eyes peeled, Courtney. There is a huddle on team prosecution. They're down a couple points. They've got to figure this thing out. Can they catch up?
Your Honor, I think the limiting instruction should be similar.
I'm sorry.
My apologies. Your Honor, let's see. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you anyway. Can y'all hear him? Okay.
So the state's recommendation would be the similar limiting instruction that you've been giving as it relates to the other evidence or that you've given previously as it relates to the other evidence, for example, that came in today during the prior testimony about Mr. Jackson. Pretty much the same instruction with obviously you're changing the fact that there will be certain, there will be evidence related to certain defendants that they have prior convictions. You're not to attribute those convictions to any other defendant other than the ones in which it's related to in the counts of the indictment. Something of that nature.
Okay. All right. So our issue that we're struggling with is that it's an overt act in the RICO count. And it's apparently going to be proven ultimately by his conviction, which is, of course, testimonial. And how can that be considered against any other defendant?
Answer the question.
And that hadn't been sorted out yet.
He sat down, doesn't even have an answer. Oh God. What are they going to do? How do they fix this?
I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right. That's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out.
Okay, all right, here we go. Jury's coming back in. It's been gone for an hour. The jury's kind of like, what the hell?
Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? Yeah, okay. I'm on it.
Come on up. It's probably about their next witness. Okay, so I also, shout out to Danielle. We have a document that shows who their next witness could be or something related to the Huey trial. So I will catch you guys up on that. But let's just see if we have a little bit of TiVo time. We have accumulated a little bit. Actually, they're only gone for a few seconds here. And they come back after this bench conference. It is likely that they're trying to scramble for the next person.
Oh, this is Officer.
Miss Hylton.
Oh, this is Officer Roger, D. Rogers.
All right, so they have another witness lined up.
I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? And we'll wave you in just a second.
All right, so they got a police officer. And honestly, that's probably all they can get with such short notice last minute is the police officers. I think they do that when they're trying to schedule regular people to come in as witnesses. Because some of those scheduling pieces are more complex. Like remember, Ashley's client needs an immunity deal before he even will come into the courtroom. The police officers are working anyway, so you can easily call them and they're still paid for their time. So it's no surprise that the next witness is a police officer after Detective Dennis blew up their case today. Had to call for reinforcements. Crazy work. As we wait, I'm just reviewing Thugger Daily's feed. This is actually bad because Detective Dennis was an important witness for them. He would have been able to string together all of these crimes. He was behind Operation Planters. Remember I showed you guys that? He was one of the lead investigators, and they just got his testimony off today. Huge win for the defense. Some of y'all are like, I would be so embarrassed. Woo. Scooby says, Squirrel Brain did it again. He strikes again. Adam's next to Simone. Look at the height difference. She is tall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 in Overt Act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, Investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of Investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through Investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. If there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand.
Wow. There it is, guys. She just told the jury comes back. They're like, where's Detective Dennis? We just spent the whole morning with him. And then the judge is like, hey, you know, we had an issue. He should have known better than to talk about the prior conviction that Diamante Kendricks had. He shouldn't have done that. So we're telling you right now, you guys have to, you can't consider it. And here's what that means. That means you give us your notes. You cannot, anything that he talked about today, you can't use it. Any exhibits that you saw today, you cannot use it. That was huge. That was huge. The fact that they're shredding their notes from today. Give me your notebook. We're going to rip out those pages for today that y'all wrote notes down, and we're shredding them. Huge win for the defense.
Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And He's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we are going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
Do I understand Officer Rogers to stand?
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
Here's Officer Rogers. Next witness.
David Rogers, DavidRodgers.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit. In my last assignment there was
Some of
at
y'all are
Gates
crazy.
before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and the apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months, while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7th, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day, or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger, for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
Mm-hmm. And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in 2 separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in 2s, but we were the only 2 officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer Jay Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And you said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stage somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and who we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
Just a second. If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm
and
sorry,
let
I didn't
me-
hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling,
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Ebinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Mm-hmm.
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Ebinger walking through the complex, at which time I meant to go make contact with Mr. Ebinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Eppinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Eppinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Eppinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner because Mr. Eppinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Eppinger, but when I went to go access
Oh
my
my
taser,
God.
I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop
This arrest sounds crazy.
the hood, and so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. I had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. Wow. And you said he started to flank you. What did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation.
So this officer
but I knew
got
something
shot.
was wrong because when I went to reaccess my weapon, I didn't have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but.
So I'm pulling some stuff for you guys. I'm going through the operation planners document so I can find a picture to show you guys of Christian Eppinger. But according to Thugger Daily, we're now hearing testimony for the officer that got shot on camera when he was trying to execute. Hold on. Now hearing testimony from the officer shot on camera when trying to execute a search warrant on severed co-defendant Christian Eppinger, aka Big Briss. The current witness was actually shot in the back of the head and thankfully survived. So I know there's a lot of head comments. He was shot in his head and survived. So let's continue.
My body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of this shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
Wow.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Course indulgence for a moment.
Man, that's crazy. I know we have some head comments and, you know, we kind of go in with jokes, but I do want to show you guys this real quick. We're looking at the overt acts, right? And huge shout out to Team Thugger Daily that just posted this. So Christian Eppinger is the defendant that we're looking at that committed this particular crime towards this police officer. He's an associate of YSL. He committed the felony offense in participation of criminal gang activity, right? While when associated with the criminal street gang YSL, the way that he did that was at least one of these offenses with attempted murder of David Rogers, a uniformed Atlanta police officer, while in the performance of his official duties, an act involving violence and possession or use of a weapon, right? So that's one of the police officers is David Rogers. Then you have this defendant, Christian Eppinger, participation in criminal street gang activity, but at least one of those offenses was attempted murder of William Johnson, who I believe is on the stand right now, an Atlanta police officer while in the performance of his duties and involving violence and possession or use of a weapon. So I'm going to see if I could pull a picture of Big Briss, the person that actually committed this crime. His name is Christian Eppinger. So I'll see if I could pull a photo of Briss, but he shot 2 Atlanta police officers. They're trying to connect it to RICO and racketeering, and Briss allegedly was one of the original 28 co-defendants. So this police officer is on the stand talking about that. We'll see how Simone can connect this all back to some of the co-defendants that are in the room, because obviously Briss is not the one that's on trial right now. So I want to see what she does with this to see how it connects to the wider case. But let's go back here.
I'm going to show you what's been at first admitted at 32.
Thank you, Dubecki. Thanks, Marine Mom. So it looks like this is Rogers on the stand.
Do you recognize the individual who was in depicted in State Exhibit 32?
Oh, there he is.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also going to show you 18V.
So that's the person that shot him. Looks like a baby.
Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Oh, it's,
Any defense questions for this witness?
oh my God. Oh my God. You know what it is? It's flipped in the way that we're watching it as far as perspective. but it's a tattoo that has the YSL emblem on it on his face. That's a stretch. I mean, I really do feel bad that this officer had to go through that, you know, but at the same time, Simone had him up there for what, 10 minutes to talk about his story, but all you saw was the YSL, like, you know, damn, I had some YSL lipstick over here earlier, but the YSL emblem, like the one that you see in the stores, like on purses and stuff, he has that on his face. So although Christian completed those crimes or whatever, it's listed in the original indictment as an overt act. I think it's, let me look at it again, overt act 164 and 163. And that crime took place, or it doesn't tell you, but there it says February 7th, 2022. I don't know. I mean, that I think to connect it to this is a little crazy, sketchy, but at the same time, you got to remember the state is scrambling and scraping for witnesses today. So it kind of feels out of place in the narrative if you're sitting on the jury. And I think that in the sequence that they had, maybe if the detective that just got dismissed stayed a little bit longer, that part of the story would have connected better. But this is landing a little bit flat. Like what happened to him sucks. But the way that it is connected back to RICO and a criminal organization that Young Thug is allegedly the kingpin of, it's a little bit of a stretch. So, you know, it's great that this person survived. He told his story, but I still don't see how the state is connecting it all the way back to some of the other larger crimes. But yes, Yves Saint Laurent, he has that emblem, like the fashion emblem on his face. So if she was trying to use his testimony for that, that's interesting. Let's see if we get any cross here.
Officer Rogers, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital, and you were there for a period of time before you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. For your answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
That was a good one. Good job, Matthew.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and your excuse. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
This is why they're going for the cops, because they're easy to bring into court. So that's a tough one. Let's see who they have next.
I don't know what the name was.
So they're waiting for another police officer. Oh, wow.
Davis, okay.
We've got TiVo to them. I know we do. So let me skip.
Raise your right hand. Just want to affirm testimony. You give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. See. State, spell your first and last name for the court style into the mic, please.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you
And
been?
before we continue, guys, I know I stepped away and then I wanted to really focus on some of the new material as it came in. Really want to give a huge shout out to DC, your stream sponsor, who threw another 150 on it to ensure that you guys have gotten memberships. She did distribute them a few minutes ago. So if you received a membership from DC, I hope you said thank you. Please type DC in the chat. She is your stream sponsor, a military vet, strong sister, high value woman, always supporting me and the lead attorney and people in the community. DC, thank you so much. Let's get to the next police officer, but I wanted to acknowledge her real quick. Because in the moment I couldn't capture it as quick as I should have. But thank you so much, sis. You know how much you mean to me, DC. Thank you so much for blessing the community. Let's go back in.
Been with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
So he's the body cam guy.
Are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon dock. What is the Exxon dock?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit. And that dock is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
Dash cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com, the cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS.
And huge shout out to DC again. She gifted y'all 100 memberships today.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS into evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
All right. Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure.
Wow, she said sure like Simone. Okay, we have a little bit of TiVo time. So as they're having a sidebar, let's see if I can skip. Here we go.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what the duration. Minutes. I'm not quite to the jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that.
Oh, we got a big argument coming. Yeah, they were up there for a grip. Something happened. The jury's being excused.
And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back.
What happened? What's happening?
All right, can somebody pull it up? Or
So they're probably going to look at the evidence before it's coming in. This is person that's on the stand right now. He works for the Atlanta Police Department, and he is not an expert, but is in charge of all body cam footage and all dash cam footage for the Atlanta Police Department. So he has access to some video of some sort. I'm guessing because they just had the officer on the stand with the whole Christian Eppinger thing, that they're probably going to want to look at his body cam footage and the dash cam footage in the police car. Let's see. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but they have just excused the jury, and they just excused the witness himself. But he's there to testify about some form of body cam stuff. The judge said, let's look at the video now. So let's see why all these people just got excused from the courtroom.
And I know y'all had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm going to say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. And if the court will give me 1 second.
Sure. And I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? No. Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but.
And let me, and thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of that, of the body camera, the dash camera. And I'm saying it as though there's two, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than two. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
Let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than two with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing, and you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam, and I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video,
Right.
and the surveillance video.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes, and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that, and they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believed they had not yet set forth any objections, and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
Yes, Judge. And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the Officer Rogers, who just testified. Now, Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably let's say it's going to say this, show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right, I'm going to overrule that objection because the officer, in fact, said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So there's 4 videos total.
And what are they going to show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting, Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because
Okay.
you're unable to see everything
All
on
right,
the
what are
body
the
cam.
other two?
The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gives him aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like.
So the community had surveillance video.
Okay.
So it's from the
All right.
furthest entrance at the complex.
Okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger. And that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities. And this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used. And that is the final body cam video.
All right, how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm gonna need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or, potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all, the dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yeah.
So again, huge shout out to DC who gifted you guys 100 memberships today. She is just beyond amazing. Stream sponsor for the day. For those of you guys that are just coming in, if you took lunch or whatever the case may be, you missed a lot. You missed Detective Dennis who was one of the state star witnesses who, facilitated the entire investigation. You witnessed him make a mistake by saying something about Diamante Kendrick. Doug Weinstein motion for a mistrial. Instead of the judge granting it, she sanctioned the state by actually striking everything that Detective Dennis said from the record today, and he had been removed from the courtroom. It has been like the Super Bowl today. So the state had to scramble and scrape, and now their narrative in front of the jury doesn't make sense because we have this huge gap in time that would have been filled by one Detective Dennis. So we have jumped in the story, jumped in the narrative to their next witness, who is one, I think is Police Officer Rogers, who was just on the stand. They are trying to connect some of the overt acts to another severed defendant who had shot this police officer 6 times, right? He's not one of the defendants in the courtroom. And so now, since they had to jump off schedule, the story doesn't even make sense. And it is likely that the jury is confused by what's going on, right? So right now, the jury had to step out of the courtroom because the person that's on the stand right now is a police officer for Atlanta PD who manages all body cam footage and all dash cam footage. And we are now looking at these pieces of footage that they want to put in front of the jury through this witness testimony. Again, I think they have a big problem here because with this Detective Dennis being removed, the story doesn't make sense anymore, and it should be linear. It got so bad that the judge said to them that they need to shred their notes. So let's see the body cam footage now and go from there.
Yes.
Okay.
But minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
Okay. And all right. Let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
Approximately around, I would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
February 7th, 2022.
Stone, are you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road.
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6161 for SOS.
Take it out from like a second before there.
Well, it's about to occur right now.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. You got hurt, but get on the ground. I did,
That was a shooting
And the reason
of
why the
Officer
first part is
Rogers.
important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so
Okay.
that the jury can see
Okay.
that.
All right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes, I'm going to object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
That's going to be what?
Add a 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Wow, that was crazy. So that was video 1 concerning Officer Rogers. We're now going to check out video 2.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos, they may become cumulative as well. So
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so I don't want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly. Ready for the next one?
It's loading, Your Honor. It's on the CD.
Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, y'all all got laptops. Maybe one person could have the next one queued up.
The internet's not working.
The internet never works here. Okay.
Oh my
Unless they
God.
want to get us a direct connection, that would probably make it all faster.
If we can do something like that and it would speed things up, I'll look into it.
She hates keeping the jurors waiting.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Ms. Persfield's going to go collect the jury notes from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
Yeah, y'all are not feeling the way that police officer ran up on him.
Document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, we already have all of those. So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Ms. Winfrey so she can have it all together. Okay, thanks.
Little bit of a delay here. There's 4 videos. We've only seen one. The internet's not working, so it's slow in bringing up the second, third, and fourth video. Defense doesn't want these videos in. They don't think it's relevant.
Okay, that works.
I know, right, Freddie? Like, they should just be able to screen share. The state is not having a good day. Their witness got stricken from the record because he said something stupid. Love is not there. They had to call in reinforcements. Shout out to Abate at the end of the table. Now they can't play videos. Not a very productive day for the state. Christian Eppinger, aka Briss, one of the original defendants, is the person that shot the cop. They're trying to connect it all back to the wider RICO conspiracy. Not really doing a good job, though. It's just out of place in the story. But if you lose Detective Dennis, who had a big part of the story, he probably had a link to that incident. But because he got kicked off of the case today, this is just, it's not good. It doesn't land well for the jury. And Freddie knows this because he's an actor. It's like having a plot in a story, but you take the plot out and you just jump to from chapter 2, you jump to chapter 6. It's a big gap.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is there a DVD player? TLGC. Don't tell me there's a DVD player. Do y'all remember DVDs? All right, let me see if I can skip this.
The waiting room, I should, but.
All right, she's logging into Zoom. I could see it.
There you are. Okay.
Go ahead, screen share. When Whitaker starts, when she does that with her hands, y'all hear the judge's hands? Okay, hold on. Let's rewind. Do y'all hear her hands? Here come the tapping. Impatient like a mug.
8:41, so that shows,
Talking to the mic.
sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no, okay, any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objection, but,
Same objection.
okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative, it's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
Yes, guys. I mean, the police are not saying that anybody deserves to be shot, but where's the book at? There's a whole method. There's a whole class on this in law school, criminal procedure, all of this, right? This is all about what rights you have as a defendant and how the cops are supposed to, arrest people properly, announce themselves properly, tell somebody what they've done wrong, things of the like. I don't know if you guys understand it the way I saw it. You know, the police officer didn't tell him why he was stopped. He just said, I heard him get out of the car and say, get on the ground, boy. He went straight to that. Did not tell him why he was arrested or what he was being stopped for. He's walking. He's not in a vehicle. There are things of the like, right? So we are seeing that too, right? However, when it comes to this case, tell us how that connects back to Young Thug. That's why Attorney Adams is standing up with saying, it's unfortunate that this officer got shot. However, for this case, for these 6 defendants, how does that connect back to RICO? How does that connect back to King Slime? Right? So we're watching that right now. We're in the middle of their argument. That was video 2 out of 4. And Adams has already stood his ground on it. He's like, hey, it sucks. But that involves Christian Eppinger, Briss. Tell us how it connects back to this case. So that's what we're watching. Little interesting, but yes, cops are supposed to handle things in a specific way. Of course, a stop can be dangerous. I didn't even expect that. But at the same time, he's not telling him why he stopped. He's like, get on the ground, boy, get on the ground. He chose to react with gunfire. A little crazy, but just wanted to give you guys a little bit of color and context on that. Let's keep going. The shooter is not in the courtroom today. And the cop did start trying to pull out his arm and wrestle him to the ground. So, unfortunate. It really is.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, so let's look at it from this angle.
Okay. Go ahead.
It just shows him walking.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars, so what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Rogers goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we going to hear from Officer Johnson
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you
or
are.
Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can. This was just
Okay,
evidence
we
of
don't
that.
need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
Oh,
the,
so there are 5 videos then.
yes, Your
Oh,
Honor.
God.
Surveillance.
That was video 3 out of 5. We got 2 more.
And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
We can't even see that.
Oh, goodness.
Damn it, Simone. We can't see anything.
Yeah, I have to start over. Portions of it? I have to start over because, all right. If you look towards the back of the video.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No, objection.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be. And then the apprehension.
Yeah, that one was hard to see. I'll bring it back so y'all can see it and walk you through it. You got to look at the end of the screen. So I'm pausing it so that way we don't talk over each other. Okay. If you look at, it's very hard to see. Middle and the top of the screen, all the way at the end. At this point, Christian is walking next to that red car. And the police officer is he's opening the door. This is where I have it paused at. He's opening the door and he's about to run up on him and say, get on the ground, boy, or whatever he said, right? Christian is probably like, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. And then upon, like you give it like a second or two, he's going to start firing. You will see the police officer fall and you'll see Christian, the street on the top right-hand corner. He's going to run down that street. So I'm going to play it one more time so you guys can see it. There is no sound. But let's run that back one more time.
If you look towards the back of the video.
Yeah.
See, that's the shooting. Officer down. Christian runs.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with
Your-
Eppinger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No, objection.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be. And then the apprehension.
Judge, let it in. Yeah, I mean, you guys got some strong opinions on this. He was just walking. They said that they were coming into this community to arrest him. I wonder why. I haven't heard that yet. Like, what was the cause for the stop and the arrest, or at least the attempt of an arrest with all that aggression? Get on the ground, boy. He's like, I did hear a Christian say I didn't do anything. But, police officers, like I said, are supposed to tell you why you are being stopped. I didn't hear that. Let's skip ahead if we can with TiVo. Next video.
Sorry, to the units, there are 3 patrol cars going down the left driveway to the northwest side. So you have plenty of units on that side and SWAT. You guys just let me know if you want
Inside this apartment. How many you got? I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? So we're gonna stay right here, all right? Hey.
Thanks, Cells. So it looks like Fincher had a warrant.
Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her.
Y'all come on,
Is anybody else in here? All right. I'm gonna take a spot, bro. I'm gonna take a spot, all right? All right, ready? Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, y'all. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Grab him, grab him. Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Cover this window for me, man. I'm wide open. Straight to the back. Right-hand side. And we need to know what door. We're on the back. All right, tell them 6-7. They said he went out. Tell them 6-7. Right-hand side. In the back on the right-hand side. Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKessey. I got no idea. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro. Yeah, go to Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Switch places. Switch that one apart. What's up? Switch up here. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Looking at the building from the front. All right, apart. Is that correct? Up here. I want you up here on point. You ready? Christian Eppinger. Copy that. We have an officer on the back corner. We got one more with him. If you hear me, show me your hands and come out your hands in the air, sir. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air. He can't hear me. We talking real low. 2491. What's his last address? Christian Eppinger! It's the Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside.
Goddamn.
Come out with your hands out. We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian, come out. All right, let me see your hands. Crawl. No, sir. Crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. 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 Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards. 6'7", 6'7". Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come, hey, come, we don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl back on your belly. Take the rope. Get Christian, on your belly. Get on your belly. You got one more time. We're gonna take the crawl. Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out. Step out. Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here. Let me call my mama. Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable? Yeah. Okay. Who's taking stairs? I'll take hands. You got stairs? I got stairs. Go. Call my mama. Let me get right here. Ain't nobody in there.
And why is that relevant?
Because Your Honor, previously there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day where Mr. Evans is alleged to have shot a cop, these officers were tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So that was
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a line of cross-examination.
Okay, well, their trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No,
so-
it started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your
Sorry,
Honor.
my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially we talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focus on this Black community. No one, I mean, essentially that no one, they primarily harass in this community. I can't remember. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that line of question. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessey may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime areas.
Simone, it's not
and
relevant.
there were questions about the fact that
It's not relevant.
in this community, police just police this
It's not
community,
relevant.
overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr.
Why do you want to
Eppinger.
share this
Your
to
Honor,
the jury?
If I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run, and there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing, for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing.
Don't show that to the jury.
To what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm going to rule it out under
Good.
403.
Thank God.
Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm going to withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these. What is it, 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yep.
Well, let's just get started.
They don't even know.
All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness or another witness?
Not showing the
Okay.
body cam at
All right.
Yeah, shout out to Tariq. It could be a distraction. Their whole schedule is derailed today. But even for us to watch that, like, imagine if the jury had to watch that video. Has nothing to do with the defendants that are there, except for trying to paint the picture that it's Rico, but it doesn't do that. I think I got TiVo time for y'all. All right, back to body cam guy.
Yes, you may.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2 SS.
Reinforcement, Debbie, for Miss Love. All right, replaying the videos, y'all, if you want a second peek.
And we're going to begin at 18:04.
Who's on the way?
6170, 6160, you up on SOS?
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground. You got paper. Get on the ground. I ain't did nothing. What's that? 2637 on Hayville. This shit was on the
And we're going to stop the plan in 1908. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1 SS.
This is the last witness that was shot, Officer Rogers. This is the body cam guy at APD. Video number 2. Dash cam view. You had body cam, this is dash cam.
On the ground, boy. On the ground. On the ground. Right? Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 17:42 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions, Ms.
Wow.
Williams? All right.
Only questions she had for him were to get these images or videos in.
Thank you.
Adam's up.
Is it Sergeant?
Yes, it is.
Davis, true?
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, what we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell?
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time, true?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us, we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer? So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, I saw
Right.
it.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first, in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer doing his job is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
Right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes, sir.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
For Eppinger, you mean?
That's
No,
right.
I didn't see anyone, no.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, out of this guy, Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. In the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, right?
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I withdraw it.
Okay,
I withdraw.
okay.
All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears. Looking at the video.
All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys' questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Call Sergeant William Johnson.
All right, I think this is going to be the second officer on the scene. That was the body cam person. Before that, we actually had the officer that was shot 6 times by Eppinger. So this is probably the person that was in the second cop car and returned fire. So Simone is probably going to ask me questions about the incident a little bit more. Let's see if we can skip ahead.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court's knowledge.
William, William Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently and more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or are or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
Okay. And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7, 2022?
I did.
All right, and let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, I'm sorry.
No, you're sorry.
The vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I end up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator that said he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
Right. And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Right. Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made. What does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No. So when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Overruled. Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio. So I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
Okay. What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what, if anything, occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in an undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was gonna just give up.
You mentioned speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What, if anything, happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what, if anything, did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
Okay. And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what, if anything, happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to.
Speculation. And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all of the injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here's the view from a different angle of the incident. It's not the whole video, so keep that in mind. This is that long view. You have to focus in the middle of the screen.
And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And have a laser.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
All right, guys, middle of the screen. You see him run up on him. It's very faint. You see them scuffle.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
There's the shot, officer down, Christian runs, and he's returning fire.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
I know this is serious, but I want to shout out this person in this. It looks like a black Honda that they backed up. They're about to turn around and get the hell out of there. Let's keep going.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute. At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
Do we get cross? Yes. Team Steele, Adams.
Good afternoon, sir.
Adams.
Hello.
It's Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to the ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Officer asked for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
Now, although you'd been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video, or if you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes. Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out and you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Matthew's up for Huey.
A couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes, sir.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No, and that's not normally the case where one officer would have been affecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right,
He's
is there any
in and out.
redirect? Go ahead.
He wants to clean some things up.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Confrontation clause violation.
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante BB?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not, did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within the gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified, and there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
As a member.
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
As an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Agreed. Try again, Simone.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
She doesn't know how to ask the question over. She did this with Woody.
I think, did you know of Durante BB?
Yes.
And do you know Durante BB through your work in the gang?
That's to relevance, Your Honor.
You're right, I can approach.
All right.
She's struggling a little bit on this one. We've got a tiny bit of TiVo time. I think we got a little bit. And come back right here.
Do you know Durante BB?
Yes.
Or do you know of a Durante BB?
Yes.
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
Yes.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
Again, he has not been qualified, and he's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training, probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
Okay. And did you also get on the job training just being,
Objection to the leading question.
I'm going to allow that.
did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes.
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
Yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes.
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any recross?
Adam's back up.
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I mean, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking you about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right, right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
Slipper call Sergeant Stephen McKessey.
All right, all done with that one. We have our last, what I believe is our last witness of the day. And we have Adam Abate up to do the direct examination with this witness. Adam Abate is fairly fast with these guys. I don't know if he's standing in for love today. But yeah, this Eppinger rabbit hole, I don't know how it's tying YSL to this. Aside from the YSL tattoo and him moving by himself, being at the gas station, it's just interesting. But looks like we got another cop. On to our next witness.
Swear firm testimony, give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's see. State and spell your first and last names in the mic, please.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessey. Last name spelled Mckesey.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6 Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, I guess, a supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 20 years. This year, be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. Also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those upon fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some of the affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
Hold up. We put a poll up. Want to know what your thoughts are on the best performing criminal defense attorney today? These are your options. Let me know what you guys think.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you receive that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather as much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street.
Thank you,
When I
Mimi.
received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, Investigator Starno, to, try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio, a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I'll call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And was that location 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. All of a sudden, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number, 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location.
It sounds like this is the last witness of the day, and really he's probably a part of the apprehension team, the people that actually arrested Christian. If you guys were here with us about probably like 45 minutes ago, we watched the footage where Christian was apprehended after the shooting. They kicked in the door, waving the 4-4, and they had his family members come outside, ask him to come outside. At first, the first officer was not really using his voice, so somebody else came in and started legit screaming, get this man outside. He came down the stairs, and they were trying to get him outside. And, it was an interesting piece of footage to watch. It looks like Abate has this officer on the stand that was a part of that apprehension team.
We called him out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35D?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name. I tried to get him, de-escalated, tell him they come out with your hands in the air, gave him directions so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we just put him in handcuffs, everything be good. But it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit.
Thank you, Anthony.
And previously been admitted into evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up.
Thanks, TLGC.
And in State's Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, I know it's not overly clear, but do you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark? What is it?
YSL tattoo.
On his face. That's how they're tying this to Rico, y'all.
Your Honor, if you have any further questions, I can redirect.
That's it. They want to get the face tattoo in.
Witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
All that for the face tattoo.
And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right, so we're good.
All right, so the jury is leaving for the day. We'll see if they have any matters to take up before we continue. But what a day, guys.
All right. Is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just going to remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hylton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says M. Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right. And of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's it?
That's what I thought.
That's it, is the investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And then the Sumlin.
You're going to need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things from Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was 2 different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hylton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that will be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
We did do the one. Ms. Hylton?
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
Here she goes with that pen when she gets impatient. Tap, 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 tap. She's ready to go home. They're reviewing an evidentiary
Your
list.
Honor, there's some discussion trying amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate
Yes.
date? For
What's
her
up with
that you
Ashley?
plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the day. That's also going to be
His immunity
y'all are
deal.
going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hylton, maybe you recall the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house. We objected to those. I believe 2 of them were, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one,
Definitely litigated that.
yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions, and it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam.
That's
the drone
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday. Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hylton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with
She want to go home.
what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last 2 portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity.
Wow. He's calling Ashley a liar.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's you. She has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand.
Agreed, Judge.
And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay. And so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are going to look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but are tomorrow's witnesses going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list?
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
Oh
All
my
right,
God.
well, hopefully.
What a mess.
It'll
He
definitely
said
be Wednesday.
definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right, and one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're going to need to leave here by 4 tomorrow. So we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're going to make to the 3 outstanding motions in limine tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again.
Should be tomorrow.
But it's still looking to me like, I mean, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays. but
Ooh.
That's very, very ambitious. So
That would be amazing.
just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.
Wow. Court is over for the day. The judge does not want this case to go on until March of 2024. That's the projection right now. If we continue all the scrambling and scraping and all the BS. Now we know, guys, I think we just learned she wants them to rest their case by the beginning of the holidays. So that means they have, it's October 17th right now. By the December holidays, that means they have about 6 weeks, 6, 7, 8 weeks to wrap up their side of the case. Today was such a big loss for the state. Not being able to get one of their lead prosecutors that led the investigation to testify is bad. It's really bad. Then, they're hopping around all over the place. One of the jurors has to leave early tomorrow. You guys asked about Mung Tung. His hearing is scheduled for tomorrow as well. So after the jury leaves, we're likely going to have a shorter day with the jury, but we still need to litigate Mung Tung's. We're going to see what happens with his probation, and that is scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I talked to Lead last night and this morning as far as our schedule. Tomorrow's going to be on Lead side. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Also hoping that Ashley gets an answer. So we might see that in the courtroom tomorrow as well. But as far as today, I'm just going to wrap up with all of our super chats and then we'll end it for today. My team, keep in mind all of our members. We have the graphic designer is done. Your badges are ready. So we're going to load those up today. Thank you guys for testing them out. There's a poll scheduled to drop at 7 p.m. for you guys. But let us go into our super chats, answer some questions, have a little bit of fun before we take off for this Thursday. I think it was right about here. Shout out to Natalia with the 5. Says, AB, put the hat back on. You look cute and innocent. Listen, when people start capping, I put it on. I put it on. Thank you, Natalia. This is just for you. Shout out to Jay-Z with the 2. Says, I'm a legal expert because I watch you, AV. Mistrial granted. Yeah, Detective Dennis. They were trying to qualify him as an expert in musicology based off of his personal experience, not expert experience, personal experience. And then, we all were like pissed about that. And then 10 minutes later, he got kicked out of the courtroom. That was fun. Thank you so much, Jay-Z. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with the 20. Says, shout out to the expert. Thank you, Mr. Expert, Mr. Cocky, expert. Shout out to Cynthia Harrington with the 10. Says, Judge Whitaker needs 15 minutes to figure out how she is going to get out of issuing a mistrial. I mean, she did need the time, but we saw that she didn't grant it, but she punished the prosecution for making a mistake. A girl from Texas gifted a membership. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to Dale the Hater with the 5. So he says, so that means Bob Marley could have been locked up for shooting the sheriff, but not the deputy. I'm with you, Dale. I'm with you. Shout out to J.A. Alexandra. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much, J.A. Super generous of you. Shout out to Andrew, who has become a member. Welcome to the community, Andrew. Shout out to Seamus with the 5. Seamus says, why is academic expertise better than accrued real life experience? Folks can read books and folks can live it. Living it teaches more. I think when you left this earlier, Seamus, that was before I actually pulled up the federal rules of evidence and the rule to qualify an expert. Experts need to be qualified in their field that they are going to be providing their expertise to. So I'm going to put timestamps on this after the stream, but go back to that part where I pulled up the rule and gave a pretty decent recommendation, or at least a review on it. So that's where you can find the answer to that one. Shout out to Sick Day Cooking again with the 2. Says, how do you think Judge will cover the state this clock. Well, sick day cooking again. I mean, she just gave them a deadline of December. She said it's ambitious, but the way she's slashing through all their witnesses as fast as possible, she's forcing them to give us witness lists. Look at Ashley. Ashley's like, I got stuff to do. We need to do this now. You guys have wasted enough of people's time. If this trial started in December, that means you guys have had 10 months of witnesses and testimony to prove that King Slime is guilty of these crimes, that he himself has done it, that the people around him, the other 5 co-defendants, have done these crimes. Where's the Rico? We're still looking. We're looking for Rico. I mean, you guys saw me yesterday. I was walking back and forth looking for Rico. Couldn't find him. But thank you so much, Sick Day Cooking. Shout out to Seamus again with another 2, says, reductio ad absurdum is not an argument. We went Latin on him. Thank you so much, Seamus. Shout out to Mimi with another 2, says, all this time I thought gangs were before rap. Funny, Mimi. Shout out to iHill CEO. I hope it's iHill CEO. He's gifted a membership. Thank you so much, iHill CEO. Your stream sponsor, the Little Gaming Channel, taps in with the 5, says, if a mistrial means they start this crap over, it's going to be denied, which with prejudice is the only acceptable ruling, and that means that they cannot try our defendants again. Peyton Sound with the 5 says, let's hope criminals learn to stop doing crimes by watching these complex trials. Why put us or you through this? I mean, yeah. I mean, that whole shooting thing, that was crazy. I mean, the rest of the afternoon got really serious after the Super Bowl midday, right? Thank you so much, Peyton Sound. Michelle hits me with the 5, says, really tone it down after seeing and hearing Love's tone and screaming at her own witnesses. It was really nice to not have her in the courtroom today, but I think Simone made a big mistake that Love is going to talk to her about. Think about that. That's going to be an interesting conversation with them. Shout out to Priscilla with the 2, says, what are sanctions? Sanctions are a form of punishment that a judge can rule. Sometimes you can give people fines. Sometimes you will hear things like contempt, where judges can punish people by putting them in jail if they don't follow rulings and things of the like. So sanctions are a form of punishment. Great question, Priscilla. Little Gaming Channel, I caught this one earlier. Thank you. R. Rosen with the 2 says, no means no. Yep, Simone didn't want to let it go. Your stream sponsor came back with another 10. Muffin became a member. Welcome, Muffin. You're going to love it here. Hello, gifted a membership. Very sweet of you to do. Hello. Thank you. Sicko, Sick Day Cooking again with the 2 says, I take it back. Good job, Judge. That's funny. Thank you so much. Just Lee gifted another membership on top of the 5. I believe she gifted before. So thank you so much, Just Lee. Anthony with the 10 says, fair trials afforded by the Bill of Rights is important. Life teaches life is not always fair. People, or especially government actors, are not fair, and in extreme certain instances, abuse of power. Continued. Thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate that. Thanks for sharing your opinion. Shout out to Just Lee, who is up to 7, I believe, now. Thank you so much for gifting 7 memberships in AV7 community. Shout out to the Brianna B with the 2, says Atkins is going to cry on behalf of Hylton. Yeah. They called him in. Reinforcements came in smoking. He was like, all right, what is going on here? I'm here to help. Those sorts of things. Anthony hit us here and he wanted to continue here. And he says, if the rules are applied equally, the guilty will be found guilty, the innocent as innocent, and all will know and live by the same rules. This is justice. Thank you so much, Anthony. Because here's the thing. How can you get justice with RICO if there are 6 defendants all being mashed up into this big criminal organization, big operation of crimes? Are some of them going to be responsible for their own crimes, or are we going to put it all together? And Brian Steele talked about that earlier today. He's just like, some people have convictions and that's cool, but Jeffrey Williams doesn't have a prior record or convictions. My client's situation is a little different. So interesting. Another one of your stream, actually the stream sponsor, DC, hit us earlier, right when the fireworks are going off is when she entered the chat and has been modding this afternoon. So thank you so much, DC. She gifted 100 memberships. Strong support. I'm just so happy that this community is so generous with each other. We can have real conversations over here, not feel judged, still cut up, have a little bit of fun. and go from there. Thank you, DC. Anthony's back with another. He continues again. Third super chat with the 10 says, if the rules are applied equally, the guilty will be found guilty, the innocent as innocent, and will know and live by the same rules. This is justice. I feel like I read that already. Black Amazon with the 10 says, can we shout out Doug in the chat? He did. Yes. Can y'all type Doug in the chat? Doug had a great day. And checking out our poll, looking at our poll, it looks like 65% of you think that he was one of the best performing defense attorneys today. I mean, Steele followed up shortly after that, because what Steele was able to get done was strike all of Dennis's testimony and all of the evidence that came in this morning. So Steele was able to get that essentially erased, which was a big deal as well. Adams did a really good job this afternoon as well. He really did. I was actually really impressed with his performance today because he made it clear. All of you police officers, everything attached to Christian Eppinger, he did that by himself. Not only was he helping out young Thug by saying he did that on his own behalf, right? Not on behalf of a criminal conspiracy. But when he said that, not on behalf of a criminal conspiracy, on his own behalf, that negates count 1, which is the RICO charge that all 6 defendants have. So Adams actually did a really good job today with that. But thank you so much, Black Amazon. Shout out to Veronica with the 20. Thank you so much. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. This is one of the first half of DC's memberships that she dropped as well. I am going to come to my Cash App crew because you guys have been waiting. So quick break. We're going to go to the Cash App squad. I'm scrolling all the way to the top of the day. And we're coming to Anthony, who drops a 10. He says, give example of proper case preparation. Listen, we're going to do a full video on that. I just talked to my YouTube coaches yesterday about that, and they think that you guys actually kind of like that material based off of what we're seeing on the data. So thank you so much. Shout out to Edwin. Shout out to E. Capone with a 5 who says, dem un bon dia, which means good morning. Have a great morning. Thank you so much. Full drinking and half thinking, they stopped through, dropped a 15 for coffee. Thank you so much. Gina drops $20. She says, thanks for all that you do. Thank you, Gina. Right back at you. We try to do a good job over here. Keep you guys entertained and educated at the same time. Shout out to Virginia with the 10. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Virginia. Insurance hits me with the $1. Says, love gonna be like, I leave y'all alone for 2 days. And this happens. Isn't that crazy? Thank you so much, Insurance. Rev Off sends me a 20, says Apple Pay issues, buy me and others a membership. So Rev, I can only give memberships on my own channel on the 1st of every month. And unfortunately, I have already given out the October ones. But on behalf of you, I will star this email. Let me star it. And on November 1st, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And I think that catches us up with our Cash App Venmo squad. Thank you guys for all the support there. Catching up over here, we got 4 Durgy, more Corgi. I love that. 4 Durgy, more Corgi became a member. Welcome to our community. Perks are coming soon. They are coming soon. Practitioner her with the 2 says she ups your 50 little gaming channel. What you got? Oh, that's funny. Thank you so much, Practitioner her. R. Rosen with the 5 says, Doug just wiped his nose on the state. Slat! He did. He did a great job today. Eric dropped a 2, says, Woody call him bird brain. Yeah, well, Woody was Woody wrong? Detective Dennis was very cocky. Like, he was very, like, not full of himself, like Sprinkle, but he was very confident in, in being involved in this case, testifying 2 times prior to this, testifying in a hearing, a Dober hearing. So that was interesting. And Woody would refer to him as Bird Brain. Bird Brain got himself kicked off of the case today, which is not a good thing. Thank you so much, Eric. Mush hits me with a 5, says, I am now an expert on seeing a detective getting his ass thrown out of court like a fool. All that laughing like a clown. That was crazy because I'm reading these super chats in the sequence in which they've come in. We went from you guys commenting on how cocky he was, how he was qualified as an expert, which I did not agree with at all, at least for musicology or rap lyrics. Like, you're not an expert in that, bro. And the judge let that in. I don't know why. I think it was because of Glanville's previous ruling. So she didn't want to disturb that. But at the same time, like, we all know that guy's not an expert in rap lyrics. Like, it's crazy. How are you an expert? Oh, I watched Boys in the Hood. I read The Source. I read Vibe. I grew up like this. I've talked to kids in schools. And it's like, all right, man, you're not an expert in that. Gang activity, yes, you got 17 years of experience. We'll give you that. But the rest of it, probably not. Thank you much. Girl from Texas gifted another membership. She gave out a lot today. I think she's around 10 or a little bit more than that. And speaking of gifting memberships, look at Chi-Town. Always gifting memberships. Gifted you guys 10 more. If you received a membership from any of these folks, please say thank you. In the moment, it's better. But if you're watching this on replay, you'll get an email that says, hey, you're a member of AV's channel. And you're like, hey, somebody gifted it to me. And you have no idea who it is. In the comments, just say thank you to whoever gifted it. I think that's how we can pay it forward. Little Gaming Channel dropped me with a C note. Anthony back with another 2 says, can one unring a bell? What does it sound like? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think this is when Doug was saying that the jury can't unhear what they heard. Karma with the 10 says, Simone is about to cry. She's definitely crying in the car on the way home today. I think the detective did this on purpose. I don't know. I mean, he did a lot of work to this case. And you know, detectives, law enforcement, when they're trying to bring cases with the DA's office, work together to bring charges and charge criminal defendants. He would be shooting himself in the foot if he did it on purpose. So I don't think he did. I just think he's cocky, Karma. And that was his karma. Thank you so much. Shout out to Blessed and Anointed with the 5 says, hey, AV, I love it here. Our chat is undefeated, and I'm so glad I found you in lead. Shout out to the Chatterhood. Yeah, we have fun over here, guys. Sometimes people are like, oh, you know, y'all are a little bit much, but we have fun. We have fun. Shout out to Breon with the 2 says, yeah, Gotti was standing on wife and Lucci's Benz. Yes, thank you, Breon. I did bring that up, verified it with Thugger Daily, showed you guys the image too. So thank you for dropping it in a super chat with the reminder. Texas Sunshine with the 5 says, what does it mean when you get sanctioned and what exactly will happen to the state? I think I answered this around the time that you dropped this, so that should have been answered. Practitioner Her with another 2 says, these jurors are not experts at remembering all this. They're not. And now, guess what? Dennis's testimony all got shredded and torn out of their notebooks. The judge was like, tear it out of their notebooks and shred it. Get rid of it. Thank you so much, Practitioner Her. Don Allen, been a member for 3 months, says, I still can't believe Hylton is a law professor. She is. She teaches law at Emory University School of Law. Interesting. Mush is back with another 2, says, the jackassery from Dennis here was egregious. It was. You saw it. You've been watching it all day. Craziness. Love curly hair. Hope you're doing well and having a great day, either off or on work. She says, I love AV geeked out and how excited she gets. I was so pumped when he got kicked out. I was like, oh my God. It was so explosive today. It was so explosive. But thank you so much. Love curly hair. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I didn't know that you were across the pond. Hello, hello says, the sad thing is if these YSL folks are guilty, they'll be prosecuted by this unprofessional team. They are being prosecuted by this unprofessional team. Like, that's what's happening. Interesting. Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Practitioner Her with another 2 says, edutainment is AV's wheelhouse. You guys see how much I love it. I have so much fun doing it. T House with the 2 says, AV Dennis said it on purpose so he could be done. T House, someone else just mentioned that. Someone else just mentioned that. But all that means they would be flushing all their hard work down the toilet. I just don't know if, you know, considering that, if that was the original intent. Sylvia with the 5 says, thank you for the slime member who gifted me. There we go. King Schlein. YSL Schlein. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Sally with the 10 says, again, another fine day in AV's house. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Sally, for watching. Really appreciate your time. Tess has been a member for a month, says, I would be so embarrassed. I mean, it would be bad. It's so bad, especially after yesterday. The Smart Barbie became a member. Welcome, Smart Barbie. Drew Beats became a member. Welcome, Drew Beats. Little Gamer Channel with another 10. He says, am I tripping or did I hear a big ass dog barking? I thought I heard that too. I thought I heard that too, TLGC. Andrew with the 2 says, Megamind on the stand. Oh, y'all were ripping this man up. Little did we know he had been shot 6 times, once in the head. Like, you know, it was insane. Shout out to Brianna B. The Brianna B. She says, he looks like he wears penny loafers. Could be. Rosen said, Officer Tate, big head ass. Yeah. Donald, good to see you, Donald. Hope you're having a great day. He sends a super sticker, like always. Thank you so much, Donald. The Brianna B says he reminds me of Cashew from Proud Family. Wow, haven't watched that in years. Proud Family. Shout out to Steady B, 89 with the 2, says Fanny gonna jump Dennis in the parking lot. I mean, she might. That was a big loss. Shout out to Cynthia with the 2, says there is a God. Praise God. Thank you, Cynthia. Shout out to Rosen with the 5, says head, shoulders, knees, and toes, head detected. Shout out to JJ with the 2, says officers Mars attack. Y'all were going in. Drew Beats with the 2. Thank you, Drew Beats. Shout out to Rosen with the 5, says he was supposed to be a twin, but he got ahead of it. Y'all were going in. Shout out to Chelsea with the 2, says his head is giving peanuts from Proud Family. Y'all were talking about that. Mush with the 2 says, bro, that's Mega Mind in the flesh. The little gaming channel with the 5 says, how you didn't hear anything with that BS head? Impossible. Y'all went crazy. Shout out to a girl from Texas with the 2 says, who called him Prometheus? Oh my God. And y'all wonder why I get these emails. Shout out to Dell with the 2 says, bro, don't let bro headbutt you or it's a wrap. I'm so done. Rosen with the 5 says he was giving some head. He was giving some head. Shout out to Victoria with the 2 says every time the state gets an itch, they take a mile. An inch, they take a mile. This is true thing. I agree with that. Mush with the 2 says you can all call cap on this dude. It won't fit. I'm done. Shout out to Tater with the 2 says parking lot head. Y'all, all right, y'all went in. DC gifted another 50 memberships. Cynthia with the 2 says, y'all should be ashamed. Yeah, exactly. After we found out what happened, it was pretty funny, but let's keep reading these in the timeline. Little Gaming Channel says that microphone smacking is 100% ATL. We were talking about this on Lead Side yesterday. Let me add another 15 to you. Gear 225. Yeah, we were talking, like we were trying to determine a lot of people that were on the witness stand do this smacking thing where they're like just talking. And then when there's a pause in communication, like I don't even know how to do it because it drives me crazy, but they make this sound, this clicking sound before they speak. So that's what we've noticed. And we were trying to figure out if it's a geography thing or if it's just a microphone being too close thing. We couldn't figure it out. Pretty Esquire became a new member. Welcome, Pretty Esquire. Michelle gifted a membership. Thank you, Michelle. Scott with the 5 says, AV, please provide a curative instruction for all my head jokes. I take them all back. I mean, yeah. Eppinger has a face only a mother can love. With YSL on the side. All right. Thank you so much, Scott. Cynthia with the 2 says, right. Sorry he got shot, but where's Rico? I mean, that's the thing. That was my first instinct when it came up is, you know, that situation is an unfortunate situation. We saw a lot of issues with the situation and we were talking about it socially, the mistakes that the police officer that made, you know, that could have prevented the situation from escalating, but also Christian's decision to escalate it, right? So we had really good dialogue about that today. All of you guys had some really good insight to add in. But thank you so much, Cynthia. But the main point is, how did that tie back to Rico? And although Adams didn't want any of those videos in, what Adams did brilliantly is he was able to go to plan B, which is cross-examine all these witnesses and get them to say that Eppinger acted on his own and not in furtherance of a conspiracy for Rico and YSL. So thank you so much, Cynthia. Miss Leo with the 2 says, did you see Woody had Did you see that Woody had the I am not your child shirt? He didn't have one of mine. I know he has his own merch, but I don't think he got this one. That would be crazy, Miss Leo. Let me know. I would love to see that if y'all could send it to me. Victoria with the 10 says, I could be wrong, but to me, it feels like the state gets away with way more when Miss Love isn't there. Ooh. No way Squirrel Brain should have been an expert. I wonder if Love argued that Squirrel Brain was an expert, would he have been? That's a good point, Victoria. I didn't think about that. If Miss Love was there today, what would the outcome be the same? And if Miss Love was there today, she would fight for it, though. I mean, it's her. She would fight for it. She would still fight for it, Victoria. You know that. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 10 says, all the free gifts, get the likes up to support AV. You guys did amazing with the likes. We're at 3,000. It's 3,000 you guys watching. So we're right at 100%. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Dan DZ with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. I like that. Dan DZ, badass with the 8 ball. Shout out to Antonio, who became a member. Thank you so much, Antonio. Hannibal was back for a little while. He said, I'm back. What I missed? And we were like, a lot. And we caught you up. So thank you so much, Hannibal. Hannibal's always holding it down. I think he gifted out a few memberships today, too. So thank you, Hannibal. Shout out to Antonio, who's been a member for a month, says it's a blessing to be a part of a great community. Thank you, Antonio. That really means a lot. We work hard over here. We're trying to really push the path forward, get some good stuff going. We're already thinking about 2025. And now that I'm hearing that the judge is trying to get the defense or the prosecution to be done by the holidays, that gives us some time to think about the defense team. You're going to have six criminal defense attorneys argue their side of the case. That's going to be interesting. And that's probably why it's going to take us into March. Because if that's the projection right now, after we return from the holidays, you'll probably get 2 weeks each from the attorneys here before we get to deliberation in March. So interesting stuff when you think about the timeline. Shout out to Buddy305 Love with the 2 says AV DVDs are still around. VHS is in the past. Who still has, put DVD player in the chat if you still own one. He's going to talk. You're going to look archaic. But let me know if you have one. I'm really curious about that. I'm really curious. Like, do you have Blu-rays still in your house? It might be time to throw it out. Siri says me. TSO has a DVD player. Darlisha has one. YT Johnson has. Y'all still use them? TSO, DK, Priscilla, Destiny. Does a PS4 count? King ATL has one. Wow, so some of y'all still got tapes. I'm done. I'm so done. Shout out to Priscilla with the 2 says he didn't announce he had a warrant like he said. Some of you guys caught that one of the officers was lying. I think I had walked away to get a drink, but like I did see you guys when I came back. You were like, the officer's lying. So thank you so much, Priscilla. Shout out to Rosen with the 5 says, who remember the excitement we had when the teacher wheeled in the round tube TV with the DVD player? We're like, yeah. No class. We're going to watch a movie. That actually was exciting in school. Like they just wheel it in. The tech dude comes in. That was exciting. You didn't have to do anything in class. We just watch a movie. Great stuff. Pretty Esquire, been a member for a month, says 17 years as an attorney and 1 month in the best chat on YouTube. Could y'all type in Pretty Esquire? 17 years as a lawyer. She is amazing. She sent me some tea a few weeks back. It was hilarious. Thank you so much, Pretty Esquire, and thank you for rocking with me. Sally Sunshine with the 5 says everything. Oh my God, I'm behind on your stream, but nope, that was worth a $5. I forget what we're talking about, but thank you, Sally. Always supporting your sis. Little Gaming Channel, let me update it with another 5. Little Gaming Channel, what does he say? He says, you're at 2:30. Little Gaming Channel, one of your stream sponsors, your co-sponsor says, first mistake was stopping and grabbing someone in the projects. Yeah, that was insane. E. Capone with the 5 says, a smooth operator V. What it do, little mama? Thank you so much, E. Capone. Hope you're having a great day. Indira became a member. Welcome, Indira. All Angels Entertainment with the 10 says, this is an expert witness and a MOS. Total difference comparing apples to oranges. Yeah, totally agree. Look at Karen, who became a member. Welcome, Karen. Morris, thank you so much. Morris hits me with a 10, says this is not the prosecution's fault. This is Fannie Willis's fault. She bought on this case. She's the leader, and she is a dirty DA looking for popularity. I don't blame Love and the others at the table. Well, I think that's a good observation, Morris, because ultimately it is the decision to bring charges does come from the district attorney themselves. The prior district attorney didn't choose to bring this case on. So thank you so much, Morris, for your super chat. Lisa became a member. Welcome, Lisa. Mush again with the 5 says, no one's glad Rogers was shot. I'm glad he's okay, but he was wrong. As a cop, you don't approach somebody like that. And he still has a big ass head. I'm done with you, Mush. Rosen with the 5 says, this is why they made sidewalks. The streets ain't for everybody. Rogers messed around and found out. Yeah, I think you got to be careful, but being shot 6 times is insane. It's a lot. And luckily he's okay and still walking today. You know, that happened in 2022. That means it took him about 3 years to recover and be himself again. You know, craziness. Shout out to Robert, who became a member. Welcome, Robert. Gonna love it here. Cynthia with the 5 says, surprise, the state didn't bring the black car in as a witness. Shake my head. Yeah, I know that, right, Cynthia? Like that is something that they would do. And that was that Honda I made fun of for a little bit. Shout out to Juanita, who became a member. Welcome, Juanita. Sam with the 2 says, if that's the case, we are all experts. Right, Sam? Like, what in the hell? Shout out to Tariq with the 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Tariq. Super generous of you. Sam with the 5 says, the judge is showing what she thinks and how she feels about blacks and rap music by allowing this. I didn't think about it like that. I really didn't. But thank you so much, Sam, for the super chat. Shout out to Big Mike with the 10 says, AV, do you think the case will change from RICO charge to a lesser charge before the jury will deliberate? It could. Well, let me come back to you on that one, Big Mike. I don't think that you can. Every state's different. I know in Massachusetts you can't do that, but I feel like I've seen that before. Tomorrow's stream, I'm going to star this. Let me star this so I can come back to you on that question. And I'll talk to Lead about it too, so we can answer your question properly. But yeah, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much. Shout out to Gayan with the 5. Gayan says, has it been established that YSL is a gang? No. They're claiming it is, but has it been established? No. So far, we have the defense attorney saying it's a record label, but you also have some people saying that it is a gang. Remember, we looked at Ashley Merchant's letter yesterday, and we looked at the plea deal for her client, and her client specifically says it's a record label and not a gang. So it hasn't been like concretely established. So let's keep that in mind. If not, wouldn't the consistent referring to them as a gang prejudice the jury? I'm a bit new to the trial. No, excellent questions, Gayan. And I believe that this has come up on objection many, many times, especially towards the beginning of the trial, because they're allowing it to happen and the state is presenting their case right now. I'm sure that we're going to see some of that language change when the tables turn and it's the defense's turn to present their side of the case. So thank you so much, Gayan. Great observation, great questions. E. Capone with the 5 says, we love AV. She's a smooth operator. Thank you so much, E. Capone. Sam with another 5 says, the judge got to do her job. Defense needs to file for her to be removed if she allows this trial to continue. Yeah, and this would be the 3rd judge assigned to this case. But at the same time, she is moving it faster. She's moving it much faster than Glanville did. So that's at least one thing that we got out of it. But some of her rulings have just not been sound. Like the one today wasn't okay. But then, 10 minutes later, she's kicking people out. So it's like, what do you do? Thank you so much, Sam. Shout out to Brown Eyed Honey, who became a member. Good to see you, sis. You're going to love it here. Texas Sunshine with the 5 says, the irony of squirrel brains saying rap brainwashes our community, but then says he listens to it all the time. Who's really brainwashed? His ass. That is a contradiction. Like he did say that. I polled you guys on it. I was just like, what is he talking about? He said that, rap music brainwashes the community. And I thought that was a pretty strong statement. That's why I asked you guys about it. But then at the same time, he's like, I listen to it all the time. Does that mean that you, sir, are also brainwashed? I don't know. But great observation, Texas Sunshine. Lastly, Anthony with the 5 says DVD, VHS, not using it, not beta, which is better than VHS, YouTube, Netflix. This explains the explosion of OD data centers. It does. It does. Well, guys, I'm just going to double check, make sure I'm not missing anybody. That concludes all of our super chats. We've got some content coming for all of you tonight. Vote. We have 3 ideas. My editors are itching to start working, and I need to assign one of them a project. So vote tonight so you can be a part of that project if you are a member. So members only, this is one of your perks, okay? We also have your new member stickers that you can use in the chat. Editor, graphic designer just finished that, so I'll have them uploaded by the next time that we stream. Stay safe out there. We're on lead side tomorrow, continuing on with the trial. We will see you in the next one.